Chapter 1329, Bonicia's entrance. Taoist Pure Sun smiled to respond to Li Qia. If Brother Li comes to my 4 branches, I'm willing to be your guide. We can take a tour of the Golden Era Palace. With your charisma, I'm sure you will have a considerable harvest there. Humans in our 4 branches have deep ties, so I know you can be at home there. The Taoist's words were reasonable. Immortal Emperor Yan Shi was a human. Moreover, the human bloodline at the palace and even the entire 4 branches was doing very well. Ruyan was quite amused as she playfully said, "The truth is that the Golden Era Palace Master is a supreme beauty. Just one glance at her could enamor countless others. Young noble, the Taoist can introduce you to her. With your peerless charm, I'm sure you can win her heart." Li Qia smiled as well and asked the Taoist, "Is this the truth?" The Taoist hesitated for a moment. Well, even the elegant Jianshi chuckled. It was clear that Ruyan was toying with Taoist Pure Sun. "Oh? You don't want to introduce your martial aunt to our young noble?" Ruyan's enchanting posture was quite bewitching. The current palace master was the Taoist's martial aunt. It wasn't because she was older than him, it was just that she was 1 generation above him. The Taoist turned red and awkward. He became quite hesitant, unlike before. He eventually answered, "If there is a chance when you visit us, I will certainly introduce you to her." Jianshi slightly shook her head after hearing this. "Pure Sun, you are courageous and wise and your talents are peerless. Unfortunately, there are a few things." She didn't finish her sentence. "Young noble, did you hear that? You must visit the palace. If there is a chance to win her over, you mustn't disappoint the Taoist." Ruyan was just like a little demoness. Her swaying laughter belonged to a devil. The Taoist knew that Ruyan was deliberately trying to be annoying, but he couldn't do anything outside of smiling awkwardly. Li Qia instantly knew what was going on after seeing the Taoist's expression. At this time, a disciple came in and reported, "Schoolmaster, we have arrived at the Bone Sea. We're here." Both the girls stood up from excitement. Li Qia's eyes turned serious. He went to the deck to look at this region before smiling. Things are going to be exciting again. In front of them were incomparable mountains blocking everyone's path. They appeared without warning as if they were guardians preventing everyone from entering. The spectators felt an illusion that the Dragon Demon Sea ended right here. These mountains ahead were not part of a mountain range, there were tiny gaps among them. Of course, they were small relative to the huge size of the mountains. But for the people here, they were large enough and could accommodate many big ships side by side. This huge gap in the center of the row of mountains gave the feeling that a mountain had collapsed here for some unknown reason. If one could stand in the sky of the Dragon Demon Sea and look down on this long row of mountains, they would find that they seemed to be a lower jaw. If it wasn't for the flowers and vegetation, these mountains would look like a series of teeth. If there was an inverted row of mountains in the sky, then it would make up the upper half of the jaw. The missing part in the center would be a missing front tooth. Of course, the majority wouldn't believe that this was a row of teeth because it spanned across the Dragon Demon Sea for millions of miles. Its length was too long to be imagined. If it was truly the lower half of a jaw, then just how frightening was this monster? It could swallow the entire heaven spirit world. After going through these mountains, another ocean appeared before them. However, there was a distinct difference between this one and the previous. The water of the Dragon Demon Sea was incomparably blue with waves everywhere. However, the sea ahead was turbid as far as the eyes could see, making it seem to be a gateway to hell. A chilling sensation assaulted all spectators. This feeling was especially true while standing on the collapsed mountain. In fact, this analogy wasn't unreasonable. Those who had been to the Bone Sea before knew that this was only the entrance and not the Bone Sea itself. The experienced crowd knew that one would only know what true fear was when they actually reached the Bone Sea. There were many cultivators waiting at this gap between the mountains and the ridges nearby. This was because everyone was waiting for the bone ships. Without them, there was no way of getting to the Bone Sea regardless of the treasure used. The first-timers didn't believe this statement too much. After waiting for a long time and seeing how none of the bone ships have come, someone grew impatient and said, "Is this sea really that bizarre? My heirloom boat can travel across anything, I don't buy that it can't cross this sea." This skeptic summoned his boat. It was indeed extraordinary since it was exuding a divine light. It slowly sailed into the muddy waters. However, it didn't reach more than 100 feet before it began to sink. Next, some clattering sounds came about. This treasure ship completely sank into the sea and disappeared. The cultivator witnessed the whole scene and was dumbfounded due to disbelief. His ship had an amazing origin and was capable of crossing through all seas, but it has now sunk. He quivered in horror and praised his fortune for not being on it when it sank, or else his life would have been forfeited. An older cultivator told the youth, "How could it be that easy to enter the Bone Sea? Not to mention you, even a god king would drown in those muddy waters." A sea demon added, "The Bone Sea spares no victims. Even the most incredible ship would sink, and yours is no exception. In terms of evasion and purification, no one is better than the Immaculate Expanse." But its master, Taoist Lin, would still obediently wait here for a bone ship. His void imperfection physique is virtually invincible, yet he still doesn't dare to test his luck. "Don't mess around without a bone ship." A cultivator stated, "I heard that outside of the sea conch, no one else dared to not use the bone ships to enter." "Yes, the sea conch is an exception." A sea demon replied, "Rumor has it that their progenitor, the conch god, obtained a bunch of een bones and crocodile wood. With them, he was able to create some vessels that could cross the Bone Sea." A charming spirit suddenly interjected, "Is Taoist Lin here right now?" "Not just the Taoist, the extreme young monarch, the swift Tao celestial god, they're all here too. This trip to the Bone Sea will be very lively." An old cultivator responded, "Towering waves will rise with the arrival of Mengzhentian as well." After hearing this, someone murmured, "A duel of geniuses?" A paragon chimed in, "That day will come, but Taoist Lin's group should be fine. They don't have a strong desire for the heaven's will. However, the celestial god and his peers must have the heaven's will. A great battle is inevitable." A charming spirit master mused, "But who can compete with Mengzhentian? The celestial god might be strong, but his current self can't contend against Gentian." Many people pondered these words. Even though some people didn't want to believe it, it was indeed the truth. No one was qualified to compete against Mengzhentian, at least for now. "Fierce is here." During the silence, someone with good vision spotted Li Qia's ship. Many turned around. Sure enough, the giant boat of the evil devourer school slowly drifted into the gap. The cultivators nearby quickly made way for them. Even if it wasn't for fierce notoriety, just the name Evil Devourer School was enough for everyone here to back off. Chapter 1330, Bone Ship. The giant boat went into the gap and Li Qia's group came out to the deck. They gazed at the muddy sea in front of them. Many cultivators felt envious after seeing Ruyan and Jiancher standing next to Li Qia. For many people, to have such beauties by one's side was an incredible stroke of luck. Moreover, they were famous rulers of their respective regions. On the other hand, Taoist Pure Sun was recognized by only a few people. Those who might have heard of his title had never seen him before. Li Qia flatly commented, "How many existences have been buried here at the Bone Sea?" At this moment, someone suddenly called out, "The bone ships are here." Sure enough, several groups of ships were coming closer. They were ships seemingly made out of bones of varying sizes. The bigger ones could accommodate around 10 people while the smaller ones were the size of a canoe. All of them had some skeletons lying on board. They were wearing their own clothes that had rotted completely, but this indicated that they were once living beings or cultivators. Time for us to board. The cultivators in the gap grew restless and wanted to board. Why do you get to go first? Our 3 sects arrived here before you, so we should be first. An expert became unhappy right away. Okay, let's not argue. If we fight before we even get to the Bone Sea, we won't ever get there. An influential paragon stepped out and said, we'll follow the rules. The 3 cloud ballads and the 6 schools from shallow waters were here first, so they get to board. Then the next groups. The cultivators had no objections to this paragon taking charge of the situation and prepared to board. When the bone ships finally arrived at the edge of the muddy sea water, they automatically turned around and headed back for the Bone Sea. A senior immediately shouted once the ships were close enough, go. Shortly after, many cultivators jumped and got on the closest boats. Many first-timers heaved a sigh of relief after boarding. Get ready to fight. However, the experienced cultivators turned serious and took out their treasures. At this time, the fallen skeletons' eyes turned red as if something was fueling their soul flames. Their figures slowly stood up one after the other. They grabbed the mottled weapons next to them and headed for the cultivators near them. Some howled wildly and opened their mouths to take out some strange treasures before going on the offense. Kill! The cultivators retaliated with a battle cry. Even if they weren't from the same sect, they worked together. Another old cultivator shouted, watch it, don't sink the boat or we'll be done for. Hey, how come these skeletons aren't attacking you? During this chaotic melee, some cultivators noticed that their peers weren't being attacked and found it quite surprising. One of them happily gloated, heh, I bought some expensive talismans from Old Chu back at Bones Island so I don't have to worry about them. A strange-looking talisman was attached to him. The skeletons on the ships didn't seem to notice him. Even if they attacked those next to him, they completely ignored him. I also bought some from Old Chu. After seeing this, many others calmed down and took out their wooden boxes, then put these talismans somewhere on their bodies. Buzz! However, despite putting on a talisman, a skeleton still attacked them with its blade. He jumped and shouted, what the hell? I also have a talisman. Heh, you don't know. These talismans are very specific. If you bought a very expensive one, then there will be no problems. However, if you bought one for cheap, then you better change it for another. An experienced cultivator found this quite amusing. The cheapskate immediately put on a different talisman. Sure enough, the skeleton stopped attacking him and went for other people. Damn it! I've changed 5 talismans already. A different cultivator put on many different talismans, yet he was still being attacked. His talismans were completely ineffective. Ah, a miserable scream sounded. One of the cultivators used up all of his talismans, but he was still being targeted. He couldn't handle the attacks of the skeletons and was quickly disposed of by 3 of them. Never be too stingy. The old cultivator saw this and shook his head to say, even though one can buy some good items for cheap from Old Chu, the chance of them being effective is minuscule. Paying an exorbitant price guarantees the quality. Ah, in the following moments, screams sounded left and right on these bone ships. Some of the cultivators weren't strong enough even when working together and were killed by the skeletons. Push them into the sea. An experienced cultivator loudly shouted and joined forces to take down these skeletons. Boom! With the help of this powerful cultivator, a group finally took over one of the ships after throwing the skeletons into the sea. They couldn't swim at all and sank into the depths. Crack! However, some were unlucky. One cultivator inadvertently pierced the ship and the sea water rushed in. You're insane! Everyone on the ship turned pale from horror after seeing this. One of the cleverer cultivators managed to jump to the closest bone ship. The slower one sank with the ship into the water without having the chance to even scream. More ships drifted towards the Bone Sea while screams and battle cries echoed from them. The two sides were still vying for supremacy. After clearing the ships of skeletons, the cultivators could only sit there and let the ships take them away since no one could control the direction. More are coming. After the first batch floated away, another group came along. An old man commanded his disciples, "Get ready, don't be disorderly once we board." Another battle broke out on this second boarding as well. More ships continued to come. The majority of the cultivators could easily jump on them, but the weaker ones would be killed by the skeletons. After a few batches of ships, a large one finally came. It was several times larger than the previous ships and could contain several hundred cultivators. The presiding paragon immediately asked, "Whose turn is it?" The crowd looked around at each other. A schoolmaster explained, "We all know that the larger the ship, the stronger the skeletons inside. Even if it is our turn, we aren't strong enough to seize this ship." This schoolmaster was being very realistic. Even though this huge ship was very tempting, they needed to be strong enough to seize it. "We'll go then." This paragon worked with the other paragons and took their juniors up onto this ship. Another great battle broke out. Li Qia's group was still watching on the deck. Li Qia smiled and told Lu Ruyan, "Get ready, we'll board in a bit. This trip will be dangerous, so don't take your disciples along." Ruyan immediately sent the command. Even though the disciples really wanted to take a look at the Bone Sea, they let go of this thought due to the nature of the trip. They didn't want to drag their schoolmasters down. Li Qia went back inside and told Xiong Qianbei, "Since I have promised to take you to the Bone Sea, prepare yourself. Whether you can get anything is up to your own fortune. Thank you, young noble Li and schoolmasters, for leading the way." After hearing this, the excited old man bowed and went to prepare. After sitting down, Li Qia looked at the calm Taoist pure sun and smilingly asked, "What is your purpose for coming to the Bone Sea?" The Taoist replied with a smile, "I want to take a look at the mythical central area." Li Qia shook his head in response, "You are indeed very strong and capable. However, you should forget about the central area. If something unfortunate were to happen to you there, it would be a great loss for the charming spirits, the heaven spirit world, and the four branches because of your innate talents." Li Qia rarely praised others, so his words were indicative of the Taoist strength. "Then I'll wait until I'm stronger." The Taoist easily abandoned this notion without forcing the issue. Li Qia said, "There are other interesting places at the Bone Sea. Just wait, you will come to find that this trip will not be in vain." The Taoist cupped his fists in response, "Then I'll leave it to Brother Li to guide us." Chapter 1331, Profound Sea Monarch. While Li Qia was chatting with Taoist Pure Sun, a loud commotion came about. A person descended from the sky and aroused the attention of the crowd. This was a youth adorned with a dragon robe and an imperial crown. He carried great momentum just like an emperor on a tour of his kingdom. Countless god monarch rings rotated around his body. Each of them had a god in the center, so it looked as if he had thousands of gods protecting him in addition to millions of citizens in worship. When his rings came together, a towering figure emerged. It gathered the faith of billions, allowing it to be enveloped by his blood energy. This boundless figure didn't look like a shadow at all. Instead, it was more like a true god. It stood behind him and quietly protected this youth. This figure could instantly suppress all paragons and weaker god monarchs. The youth didn't need to do anything, just this figure alone could sweep through all of his enemies. Now this is a true monarch. The older paragons were slightly astonished. They understood the significance of the shadow behind him. When a cultivator reached a certain level within the paragon realm, they could think about opening up their own territory. This was especially true for those who were capable of entering the path of the Grand Era. They would contemplate starting their own sects or establishing a branch within the existing one. This was because at this particular level, they could accept the tributes of their citizens, allowing them to grow stronger with the blood energy of their vassals. This benefited both their cultivation and battle prowess. On the battlefield, there was a great difference between those who were receiving tributes and those who weren't. As for paragons that reached the true monarch level, not only were they worshipped by their citizens, they would have become deified, thus being nourished by a great amount of blood energy. Someone shouted after seeing the youth, "Profound Sea God Monarch. The king of the Profound Sea dynasty." Even those who had never seen him before were shaken after hearing his title. This dynasty was part of Gu Chun's 4 branches. An older knowledgeable cultivator with great insight saw the shadow behind him and emotionally stated, "This monarch is quite unfathomable. Not only is he decisive and ambitious, he is also blessed with good fortune. He wants to expand his dynasty's territory. Yes, I heard he could be considered an exceptional individual among the dynasty's wise sages who have helped expand the dynasty." Another charming spirit from the Abyss Sea movingly added, "He treats his citizens quite well, which is why he possesses this powerful visual phenomenon. With so much blood energy from his citizens empowering him, I don't think anyone is stronger than him at the true monarch level." Another paragon from the previous generation made this verdict. Opening more territories was very beneficial to paragons of this level. Because of this, many great powers would have numerous branches erected by their own paragons. Of course, this alone wouldn't be enough. It was not difficult for a true monarch to expand their territory since they would have ample power to seize lands by force. Administration was required for these new territories. Only when one could let their own citizens prosper would they be rewarded during the ceremony for the divine investiture. Their citizens would offer even more vitality, relative to the population and level of prosperity. There was an old saying in the mortal world, if one's belly wasn't full, they wouldn't be thinking about worshipping some random deities or devils. Only when your citizens are blessed by your rule would they grow stronger from a peaceful life. With that, their blood energy would invigorate the territory and the ruler. The stronger the citizens, the stronger the true monarch after the inauguration process. However, it wasn't easy to run multiple kingdoms and bless them with prosperity. Because of this, many god monarchs would abandon their administration and choose to cultivate instead. They would, in turn, use spirit medicines and pills to make up for the lack of energy from their citizens. Even though this was an inferior method, it still gave them a chance to surpass the true monarch level and perhaps even reach the god-king realm. Nevertheless, this had its disadvantages and shortcomings. With a sufficient amount of blood energy, these true monarchs could become something even greater than an ordinary god-king. They could become entities praised as world-dominating god-kings, 9 worlds god-kings, or even a mythical emperor-assailant. The profound monarch might not have the ambition to become the immortal emperor, but he is aiming to be an emperor-assailant. An experienced paragon commented after seeing the great amount of vitality strengthening the shadow behind the monarch. He was correct. Many talented prodigies could easily surpass the bottleneck of being a true monarch. However, they couldn't govern their citizens well enough, so during their divine inauguration, they would fail to receive a great amount of blood energy. Later on, they could still become a god-king, but they would be limited to the grand god-king or heavenly god-king levels. A cultivator who understood him couldn't help but state, his edge is far beyond that compared to the other true monarchs. Look, he has the right hand of God. After hearing this, many shifted their attention towards the monarch's right hand. It was different from the rest of his body. His hand was as white as jade and even more exquisite and beautiful than a woman's hand. It was as if it was carved from a perfect piece of jade, it gave off an unparalleled gentleness. Such a flawless hand was beyond criticism. It was no wonder why people would call it the right hand of God. Someone curiously asked, "What is the power of this right hand?" The cultivator who knew about it shook his head, "I'm not quite sure. I heard those who have seen the power of this hand are all dead. Some believe that it is quite mighty, others state that it could change something from being rotten to magical. It might even contain the mysteries of the gods. Under the eyes of the crowd, the monarch boarded the evil devourer school's boat and went inside. This garnered everyone's full attention because the feud between him and Wuxia was no secret. They all knew that Wuxia killed his favorite concubine. He walked into the internal compartment in a domineering manner as if he was the sole ruler of the world. His eyes swept through the room and saw Taoist pure sun. Despite his imperious temperament, he still bowed and cupped his fists respectfully. "Senior brother, long time no see." He might be a preeminent character to outsiders, but he was still the Taoist's junior brother and showed no signs of arrogance in his presence. "Congratulations, junior brother. Your divine ceremony was quite perfect. It has paved a straight path for you into the future. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me." The Taoist stared at the figure behind the monarch and couldn't help but voice his praise. "I cannot compare with you, senior brother," the monarch smilingly said. Despite his arrogant nature, this sentence was quite sincere. He thought very highly of himself, but he understood his limits very well when standing before his senior brother. Others might not have seen the Taoist's matchless talents, but after growing up with him, he knew of his brother's invincibility and power more than anyone. The Taoist only smiled in response. At this time, the monarch's gaze fell upon Wuxia. It turned quite cold like two divine blades, sharp enough to sever all creations. He lowered his tone, "You are Wuxia." Wuxia smilingly replied, "That's right." The glint that flashed in his eyes gave off a commanding pressure. No one would question his power since he was among the top-ranking members of the younger generation. He stated, "You killed my concubine." Wuxia remained seated there leisurely. "If your concubine's name is Gongsun Meiyu, then yes, I killed your concubine." The cold aura of the monarch bloomed even more. He chillingly said, "Do you know the consequences of opposing me?" "I don't." Wuxia was still all smiles. "However, I know the result of those who antagonize me. A light sentence would be death, a heavy sentence would be sect destruction." The Taoist only sat there with a smile while watching this confrontation between the two. Chapter 1332, The Profound Sea Monarch's Decision. After hearing Wuxia's response, the monarch's eyes lit up with an oppressive bite. An imperial aura emerged. Even paragons would feel pressured under his momentum. However, Wuxia was completely unaffected and nonchalantly sat there. The monarch slowly uttered while maintaining his glare, "It seems like you are full of confidence. Do you think you alone can sweep through the entire heaven spirit world?" Wuxia smiled and shook his head, "No. I know that with my own strength, it is more than enough to ravage the entire 9 worlds. Anyone else would find Wuxia's words to be blasphemously haughty. Ravaging the 9 worlds was a statement no one would say outside of immortal emperors. The glint in the monarch's eyes sharpened during this stare-down. His whole mind was focused on Wuxia, as if he wanted to figure out something by looking into his eyes. One with a haunting gaze and one seated leisurely, this went on for some time. Eventually, the monarch dispersed his horrifying momentum and converged his aura before speaking. "No matter how strong you are, there is always someone stronger. It was her lack of propriety for opposing you, she didn't understand the immensity of the heaven and earth." Many would be surprised to hear these words come from the monarch. One must remember that Wuxia killed his favorite concubine, yet he wasn't trying to obtain revenge right now. It was simply inconceivable. "Profound King, I actually thought you were here for revenge." Ruyan came out after finishing her tasks. She smiled after hearing his response. Because the Profound Monarch was also the king of the Profound Dynasty, others called him the Profound King as well. The monarch faintly smiled in response, "Schoolmaster Lu, I will repay certain enmities. If my concubine's killer was on the same level as me, I would absolutely kill them, not only for revenge but also to establish my authority." She charmingly quipped, "Then what about my young noble? Are you saying that you are not on his level? The monarch gave Wuxia a cold glance and snorted without answering Ruyan. Wuxia sat there and chuckled, this is a bit surprising. Anyone else would have a hard time enduring this anger. The monarch scowled, don't be surprised. If it wasn't for the fact that I am unable to see through your true power, I would have made mincemeat out of you. It was her fault for being blind and seeking her own death by opposing you. Ruyan asked, hey now, profound king, these words are too frank. Are you not afraid that your other concubines will be hurt from hearing this? The monarch responded, schoolmaster, there's no need to goad me. She was only a woman, this isn't enough for me to involve the entire profound dynasty. Moreover, I gave her wealth and prestige. She, on the other hand, didn't find me strong allies and instead only provoked a supreme enemy. Her death was her own fault. The monarch betrayed all expectations. No one would be able to endure their favorite concubine being killed, yet he could let go of this grudge and not try to obtain revenge. Wuxia smiled and told the monarch, interesting, sit down for a drink. The Taoist finally spoke at this time, brother, why not come with me to the Bone Sea? We can support each other. The monarch cupped his fists towards the Taoist before glaring at Wuxia to say, senior brother, I appreciate your goodwill. However, my willingness to forego this grudge does not mean that I want to befriend him. Even though I do not want revenge, I still don't like him. There's no need for the drink. Wuxia clapped his hands approvingly, quite pleased with the response. He said, very straightforward, how interesting. Because of this response, I will spare your life even if we become enemies later on. The monarch didn't reply to such domineering words. He gave Wuxia one last side-eye before turning around to leave. However, he suddenly stopped after remembering something. He turned and asked the Taoist, senior brother, it has been a few years, have you made any progress with senior aunt? Brother, what are you saying? The Taoist blushed and shook his head. The monarch stared at him and pressed on, why bother hiding when it has reached this level? You aren't the only one who knows this, even she herself knows about it. As the saying goes, don't let one's own fertile water flow into others' fields. She is such a beauty, yet you still want her to marry an outsider? If you like her, you need to make a move. Don't try to egg me on, I have my own discretion. The Taoist's face became hot as he glared at the monarch. Stop, senior brother, I know you too well. Everything about you is excellent outside of your lack of ambition. If I had your talents, I would have reached for the heavens will already. This Meng Zhentian or whatever, would have cut him down. You are blessed with an unparalleled aptitude, yet you're wasting it away by idling about. The monarch showed a disdainful look. He continued on, nothing can be done about that, one does not necessarily have to become an immortal emperor. However, if you don't even dare to chase after the woman you like, then you would be failing your supreme blessings even more. Senior brother, you must reconsider. If you don't court her, someone else will win her over. She has many suitors in heaven's spirit, after all. With that, the monarch finally left. The Taoist only wryly smiled without responding to the monarch. Many eyes were staring at the giant boat outside. They thought that a fight would break out between the monarch and Wuxia. However, they were surprised to see the monarch leave. How could such a prestigious character endure this anger? Nobody knew what was going on, but they didn't dare to comment in the presence of the monarch. The monarch didn't care for their opinions either and boarded a bone ship to head towards the Bone Sea. Back inside the boat, Wuxia drank a nice cup of tea given to him by Jianshi. He smiled at the Taoist, your junior brother is an interesting fella. The Taoist smiled back, he has always been like this. We grew up together and he's perfect outside of being a bit arrogant and competitive. The profound dynasty, in his hands, will be able to shine. The Taoist was much greater than the monarch in terms of talents and power. However, the two had a great friendship. The monarch never held any jealousy towards his excellent senior brother. On the contrary, he felt regret for his brother. In his opinion, the Taoist could compete for the heaven's will and perhaps be the most likely candidate as well. Unfortunately, the Taoist didn't have this ambition. He chose the path of the grand era instead of the heavenly path. More importantly, he never cared for fame and wealth, so despite holding immense power, he was relatively unknown. The monarch himself chose the path of the grand era because of his brother. If someone as matchless as his brother didn't obtain the heaven's will, then it would be too tasteless for an inferior person like him to reach for it. Wuxia smilingly said, "However, your brother is right. If you don't dare to chase after someone you like, it would be an affront towards your innate gifts." The Taoist couldn't find an answer to this comment and let out a hollow laughter. He liked the Golden Era Palace Master. However, as his martial aunt, she was one generation higher than him. This left him in a difficult situation. After all, they were a magnificent sect in heaven spirit. Countless lineages and charming spirits viewed them as leaders. If he married his martial aunt, it would indeed be improper given his sect's reputation. The Pure Sun Island Lord is incredible regarding cultivation, but unfortunately, you treat a few matters in the way women do. Ruyan chuckled, just as the profound king has said, if you waste this opportunity, won't you regret it for the rest of your life? Both the Void Imperfection 3 schools and Gu Chun's 4 branches were leading charming spirit lineages as well as allies. The two powers mingled a lot, so Lu Ruyan also knew about the Taoist's love for the Golden Era Master. In fact, this was no secret in the 4 branches, any disciple with a bit of influence knew about it. The Taoist quietly pondered for a moment before letting out a sentimental sigh. Shortly after, he said, "Morality and ethics, what can people say about them? Even if I can cross this hurdle, my aunt might not be able to." "How can you say that without trying?" Wuxia grinned, "Make an attempt before coming to a conclusion. Plus, your 4 branches aren't that pedantic about morality. Your ancestors, Immortal Emperor Gu Chun, Immortal Emperor Chen Hai, and Immortal Emperor Yen Shi, aren't so old-fashioned in the first place." The Taoist was still hesitant, not knowing how to voice his feelings. Wuxia laughed and patted his shoulder, "Give it a try. The opportunity is in your hands. If you fail to grasp it, it won't be there any longer. If such a day comes, you will regret it, and remember, there is no medicine for regret." The Taoist quietly nodded. Chapter 1333, Meng Zhentian's enticement. As the group was preparing to depart for the Bone Sea once more, someone else came to visit. A bone ship floated from the Bone Sea with 2 people on board, one old and one young. The old man looked extraordinary with a sword on his back. This sword was thick and huge, a great contrast to his own stature. Though he hid his aura, there were sharp glints in his eyes like unstoppable sword strikes, evident by his suffocating sword Dao. As for the youth, many people knew that it was Bao Yujiang from the Dream Empyrean. An older character immediately recognized the old man and blurted, "Chao Guojian." Chao Guojian? Others shuddered after hearing this name. This was Meng Zhentian's youngest disciple. Rumor has it that he became Zhentian's direct disciple after joining the Dream Empyrean during the difficult Dao era. Although Meng Zhentian didn't spend a long period teaching Chao Guojian about cultivation, his talents shined during this arduous generation. It was difficult to find a suitable opponent for him during his youth. Others praised him as the best swordsman in heaven spirit. Ultimately, he reached the peak by becoming an excellent god monarch. Keep in mind that it was exceedingly difficult to even become a paragon during the difficult Dao era, let alone a god monarch. After this era ended, he eventually became a grand god king. It has been said that if he hadn't been born at the wrong time, he could have become an invincible god king. Even if he couldn't become a 9 worlds god king, he would at least be a world-dominating god king. Chao Guojian disembarked his bone ship and boarded the evil devourer school's boat. He told the disciples here, Dream Empyrean disciple, Chao Guojiao. Under the orders of my master, I am here to see Schoolmaster Lu and Schoolmaster Zhua. Many cultivators slightly trembled after hearing this, especially the experienced ones who smelled something different in the air. Could it be that Meng Zhentian has begun to recruit the heroes of this world? A sect master murmured to himself after making this prediction. Everyone knew that Meng Zhentian wanted to become the immortal emperor. These candidates didn't need to antagonize everyone in the world. In fact, throughout history, many great powers were willing to form an alliance with promising candidates. This sudden visit from Chao Guojian under Meng Zhentian's orders had a different feeling to it. An insightful elder murmured, if the Void Imperfection 3 schools form an alliance with the Dream Empyrean, he will become a tiger with wings. His path towards immortal emperor will be even easier. Despite being low-key, the Void Imperfection schools were still a behemoth of the charming spirit race and heaven spirit as a whole. It held a pivotal position in the worldly order. If they were to ally with the Dream Empyrean, then not far in the future, the 4 branches might do so as well. If it came down to this, Meng Zhentian would be completely victorious. No one would be able to stop his army. Inside the boat, Ruyan and Jianshi heard the message from the disciples. Their eyes darted at each other and then Li Qia. In their opinion, their schools would definitely follow Li Qia. He could make any decision in their stead. The Daoist sitting to the side smiled and said, the guest comes bearing ill will. The Daoist was quite a character, so he naturally understood the reason for Chao Guojian's visit. Li Qia smiled and added, I like this type of guest the most. Wouldn't it be boring if everyone was agreeable all the time? Only blood and bones will paint the path of an immortal emperor, one full of passion and fun. Li Qia's nonchalant attitude left the 2 girls with helpless smiles. Even someone as restless as Ruyan, a demoness, wasn't a match for Li Qia in terms of bloodthirst and murder. Massacring and clan extermination was just an ordinary meal to Li Qia. It was as if a day without war and blood would be a boring and lonely day. Don't look at me like that. He shook his head after noticing the stares. I'm not a murderous demon or butcher, I'm simply stating the truth. The path of an emperor will be paved with dried bones, and even after becoming one, the future will still be full of obstacles and death. The Daoist smiled in response. Before knowing Brotherly, I might have felt some regret for not choosing the path of the heavens, but now, I think the path of the Grand Era is more suitable for me. With you here, there is no chance for me to become emperor. These words were not uttered carelessly. He truly had the power and talents to reach for the throne. Even if Meng Zhentian came out, he just needed another 3 to 5 years before being able to compete all the same. Let him in. Li Qia told Ruyan, if Meng Zhentian won't come, we can still listen to his disciple for a bit. Ruyan followed his instruction. A bit later, Bao Yujiang and Chao Guojian were led inside by the disciples. Yujiang followed his master in. The moment he saw Li Qia, his eyes ignited with rage. He glared at him as if this feud wouldn't end until one of them died. Guojian politely greeted Ruyan and Jianshi. He found it a bit surprising to see Daoist Pure Sun as well. So Pure Sun Island Lord is also here? It's a pleasure to meet you. Don't worry about me, I'm just passing by. The Daoist smiled and left. Guojian cupped his fists before formally taking out a document. He solemnly handed it to Ruyan and Jianshi while saying, I have been entrusted the task to visit schoolmasters by my master. The 2 took a look. This was a formal document of communication between great powers with the personal signature of Meng Zhentian. The 3 words, Meng Zhentian, were majestic and exuded a mighty aura that struck at the face. It was as if he was standing before them. Ruyan accepted the document and cheerfully asked, what business are you here for, Lord Chao? Guojian wanted to speak, but he refrained from doing so after seeing Li Qia leisurely sitting there. Jianshi gracefully said, young noble Li and our Void Imperfection schools are on the same side. Lord Chao, you don't have to watch your words. He would be able to leave behind a great legacy in the future. This type of honor was an irresistible temptation. Moreover, the support of the Void Imperfection schools meant that he would also garner the support of the majority of the charming spirit race. Its might would wipe out some of the obstacles in his future. Jianshi smiled and slightly shook her head in response. We appreciate Senior Meng's high evaluation of us. However, our 3 schools have always been free and have no intention of competing against the world. Send him our regards. Guojian was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect her to make a decision this quickly, and definitely not this frank of a refusal. He regained his wits and quickly replied, Schoolmaster Zhuo, there's no need to make a decision right now. My master hopes that your sect can carefully think about the alliance. You should consult the elders before making a decision. Despite the guise of persuasion, this was also a veiled threat. I can give you a serious response right now. Our schools have no intention of involving ourselves in this competition. I'm not just speaking on behalf of my Sacred Spring School, my words speak for all 3 Void Imperfection schools. This was not an impulsive decision or overstepping her authority. In fact, the ancestors from the 3 schools had already given her a clear answer, Wuxia. In their eyes, picking a true whale rider was much better than joining hands with an immortal emperor. Their ancestral whale was already powerful enough, and a whale rider would be able to exert its true power. With this combination, they could sweep through the entire world. Instead of fawning over Meng Zhentian, it was better to pick Wuxia. Moreover, they also thought that he had a great chance of becoming the immortal emperor. Spending these last few days together with Wuxia only made Jianshi even more determined. Making Wuxia stay with them was more important than anything else. Chapter 1334, Slap. Jianshi's firm attitude in her direct rejection astounded Chao Guojian. He came prepared. As long as the Void Imperfection 3 schools had any intention to form an alliance, many conditions would be negotiable. But now, Jianshi didn't even bother discussing the conditions. This caught him completely off. Guojian tried again, Schoolmaster Zhuo, you should take your time instead of answering right away. Rian coldly interrupted him this time, there's no need to think twice. Sister Zhuo's words represent my evil devourer school as well as the Void Imperfection schools. Jianshi's refusal was one thing, but Rian's words gave Guojian a hard time accepting the result. All of his preparations and calculations had been wasted. He took a deep breath and told them with great austerity, Schoolmasters, you 2 should already know that when my master comes out, no one will be able to impede his path. I'm not self-praising or advertising needlessly, no one in this world is qualified for the throne outside of my master. This tone carried great fanfare. However, it was not a shameless boast since it did contain some truth. Even in all of the 9 worlds, few could compete against Meng Zhentian, at least for the next 10 years. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. At this critical juncture, his laughter immediately changed Guojian's expression. He already had quite a prejudice against Wuxia, but he decided to set this enmity aside and prioritized the alliance instead. But now, this untimely laughter seemed to be aimed at their dream Empyrean and his master, Meng Zhentian. Guojian was still quite a character. He didn't immediately turn on Wuxia on the spot and instead coldly asked, May I ask why you are laughing, young noble Li? Wuxia chuckled in response, Nothing, it was just a casual laugh, but since you have asked, I'll answer you. Your master shouldn't dream about the position of immortal emperor. Guojian's expression turned unsightly. Bao Yujiang, who had been posing calmly next to him, suddenly jumped up. Yujiang shouted, Li, don't be presumptuous. My grandmaster is invincible in the 9 heavens, just these words alone justify your death without a burial. Wuxia didn't bother glancing at the clamoring youth. Guojian slightly waved his sleeve to calm his disciple before lowering his tone towards Wuxia, Young noble Li, I have heard of your feud with my disciple. As a senior, I won't involve myself in this feud of the younger generation. I know that you are a great talent. If you join my master, I'm sure you will eventually become a great general. Your feud with my disciple will surely disappear as well. My master has a deep appreciation for geniuses. This is a great opportunity for you to rise. Guojian was an eloquent man who gave off a very generous tone. This manner of conduct befitted his status. However, Wuxia interrupted him and smiled. Save these words for someone else. Your master alone isn't qualified to recruit me. You. Chao Guojian couldn't endure this blatant disrespect. His master could deter the 9 worlds. Who else would be emperor besides him? But today, a junior like Wuxia provoked him to this degree. How could Guojian bear this anger? Yujiang shouted, "Ignorant fool, keep on running your mouth. Master, teach him a lesson, pa." Before he could finish, Wuxia's slap had already blown him away, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. What are you doing? Guojian eventually snapped with a grimace. Wuxia faintly smiled. He said to give me a lesson, so why do I need to be reserved any longer? As his master, is it time for you to teach me a lesson too? Wuxia, halt your impudence. Guojian was furious as he uttered, I might not care about your troublemaking, but this doesn't mean you can act arrogant before me. In this split second, her blood energy surged like a storm. It became several hundred times or even thousands of times stronger while empowering her next destructive slash. Her attack instantly reached its limit like a group of stars exploding. It created an absolute sword domain that came down on Guojian's sword Dao. Clank. The 2 swords suppressed each other to a standstill. In the past, Guojian's sword Dao had the advantage, but it couldn't advance under Jianchu's absolute sword domain. In terms of cultivation, Jianchu was indeed not a match for Guojian, who was a grand god king. However, she had a half-completion immortal physique. Once her sacred spring physique activated, she would have boundless blood energy, allowing her power to soar wildly. Even the most ordinary move would become the most domineering and vicious attack due to her endless blood energy. This sacred spring physique could boost one's blood energy to undepletable amounts and last forever. This meant that a cultivator with this physique might not be the most powerful on the battlefield, but they would definitely be the most resilient. Chapter 1335, True Power. While Jianchu's absolute sword domain confronted Guojian's sword Dao, Wuxia had already swept Yujiang off his feet and held him by the throat. Yujiang's eyes turned white as he gasped for air. Wuxia maintained his grip and chuckled, if an ant continues to crawl beneath my feet, wanting to bite, I won't mind stomping it to death. Master, save me. When death was this close, Yujiang finally felt fear as he turned pale and begged his master for help. Wuxia, do you really want to become enemies with our dream Empyrean? Guojian was alarmed as well. Even though he was a grand god king, he couldn't quickly defeat Jianchu. Moreover, she herself had an immortal emperor life treasure. He had no choice but to shout and reveal his backing when his disciple's life was hanging by a thread. Wuxia, rethink things over. If you kill my disciple today, you will become our enemy. At that point, there will be no place for you left in this world. Guojian's threat was blatant, but it wasn't just an arrogant rhetoric. Many cultivators shuddered after hearing this, including paragons from the previous generation. Killing Meng Zhentian's grand disciple in front of this many people was something unforgivable. Meng Zhentian's power was as clear as day. If he actually became the immortal emperor, one could easily imagine the consequences of being his enemy. Just as Guojian has said, the world might be vast, but there will be no place for them to hide. Thus, one needed to weigh their own ability after hearing such a threat. However, this didn't seem to apply to Wuxia, who only smiled in response. Ruyan also chuckled and emotionlessly said, Lord Chao, is this your personal opinion, or are you representing your master's will? I'm speaking on behalf of my master. He immediately replied, Li Qia, if you seek self-preservation, let go of my disciple right now or face the consequences. He was afraid of breaking the vase while trying to kill the mouse. He couldn't kill Jianshi in a short period of time and knew that even if he tried to save Yujiang, it would only be pushing him further towards death. Thus, he had to borrow his master's prestige to intimidate Li Qia into sparing his disciple. This was met with a carefree smile from Li Qia. I actually want to see Meng Zhentian's will and if it can save his grand disciple or not. Having said that, he clenched his fingers. A cracking sound resounded along with Yujiang's scream. His soul almost left his body from fright as he yelled, Master, save me. Provoking Meng Zhentian, this blatantly left everyone stunned silly. Stop. Behold my master's decree. Having said that, Guojian unrolled a scroll. The word pardon was written on it. The character was written in a majestic manner, every stroke contained the rhythm of the Tao. It also contained the invincible will of Meng Zhentian since it was handwritten by him. Someone at his invincible level could impart their will into their writing that would then cause others to tremble in fear. Many people's knees uncontrollably shook after seeing this word. It had yet to come down, but its divine aura alone was already enough to instill fear into their souls. One could extrapolate just how powerful Meng Zhentian was from this decree. Everyone held their breaths after Guojian took out the scroll. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. It wasn't just a decree that represented an invincible will. Keep in mind that Meng Zhentian was still alive and would become the immortal emperor. This meant that anyone who chose not to give him any consideration would be opposing him, an unforgivable feud. No matter who they might be, they must think twice before making this decision. The dignified atmosphere made someone as great as Chao Guojian feel a bit smug. After all, his master's prestige could still threaten the world like before. This will, his master's glory, was simply unstoppable, so of course he was proud and arrogant. He had quite a momentum going as he declared, Schoolmasters, this is my master's inviolable will. If you wish to oppose my dream Empyrean and my master, then invite your own masters first. This relates to your school's future, an existential crisis. At this time, the two sides were about to abandon all pretenses. Earlier, Guojian was still quite polite, but he was now furious after the quick exchange. Their dream Empyrean was on the rise while his master was the sun at noon. Why should he tolerate such disrespect from the void imperfection schools? What's so great about Meng Zhentian's decree? Jianshi was much more graceful, but the demoness Ruyan didn't share this personality. She became irate towards Guojian's threats, not to mention that he has yet to become emperor. Even if he was one, his will does not represent everything. A decree, right? Very well, take a look at my evil devourer school's will. Having said that, a scroll appeared in her hand. With a loud blast, 4 words showed up, World, be exonerated. They flowed as smooth as dancing dragons and phoenixes. Even though the style was refined and graceful, they had an aura capable of assaulting myriad ages. It was an ancient scroll, yet its momentum didn't wither in the slightest. Ruyan was already an unrestrained individual, so in her rage, she directed the decree straight at Chao Guojian. This exoneration decree suppressed the entire region. An ethereal beauty capable of devouring the world seemed to be standing there among the characters. A paragon who knew what it was shouted, the decree of the evil devourer progenitor. Guojian didn't think that Ruyan would immediately fight after a little argument without leaving any room for deliberation. He was shocked and had no choice but to also unleash the decree in his hand against the divine prestige of a grand completion immortal physique user. Boom! The word pardon pierced the sun and flew across the world. A figure emerged within, stealing the brilliance of the celestials as it looked down on all existences. Meng Zhentian's will. Everyone knew who this figure was right away. It represented his unstoppable will. Not only was he powerful, he was still alive. This meant that his will would be even stronger. It made everyone think that the real deal was standing before them. Weaker cultivators couldn't stand straight and had to kneel on the ground as they were unable to handle his pressure. Yet to be emperor but already acting like one. Ruyan sneered. She fearlessly unleashed all the power in her scroll. Boom! This decree seemingly vanished, giving room for a terrifying black hole to appear. The ethereal figure standing in the black hole had her hair fluttering in the wind. She looked around and was ready to devour gods and devils. This was the will of the evil devourer progenitor. Even though she didn't become an immortal emperor, she was an immortal physique user that could assail one. With her will crashing down, Meng Zhentian's figure also erupted and grew incomparably tall. He could seize the stars as well as the entire world in his palm. It was as if his stomp could flatten all things. However, this will couldn't hold up against the physique user. Boom! Under the constant suppression of the progenitor, Zhentian's mighty figure suddenly dimmed. His sky-wearing body slowly shrunk. A big shot murmured to himself, "This is a real grand completion master at the summit." Even if she didn't have this physique, her cultivation back then must have been stronger than Meng Zhentian. This is a real existence capable of hurting an emperor. Both were decrees, but Meng Zhentian's was inferior compared to the evil devourer progenitors. Despite the fact that he was still alive, his decree couldn't resist her will. After all, it was exactly what that cultivator said earlier, she was a true existence at the emperor assailant level. Her cultivation on top of her grand completion immortal physique granted her unfathomable might. Chapter 1336, Merciless Slaughter, Rumble. Meng Zhentian's gigantic figure was being pressed down and became smaller and smaller. The word pardon was fading away because of Ruyan's decree. Guojian's expression turned ugly after seeing this. However, he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He cried out and summoned a treasure. Under the strengthening of his blood energy, it emitted a powerful battle intent that fused with Meng Zhentian's will, causing it to become much stronger. It was now able to withstand the suppression. This was a treasure personally created by Zhentian. It contained both his powerful merit laws and battle intent. Meng Zhentian really is strong. Many people were trembling after seeing this. Although it might look like a fight between Ruyan and Guojian, it was a confrontation through time between the evil devourer progenitor and Meng Zhentian. Of course, the progenitor won the first exchange even though she was no longer in this world. However, Zhentian had a treasure combined with his will. This allowed his shadow to stabilize the situation and withstand the pressure. Jianshi elegantly asked in the back, "Lord Chao, you wish to test our arsenal?" Clank. A sword appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, an immortal emperor's aura went on a rampage as if an emperor had personally arrived. Boom! Meng Zhentian's figure couldn't withstand this development and collapsed right away. The decree in Chao Guojian's hand suddenly turned into ashes while he staggered backward. His blood energy was churning from the suppression now placed on him. Jianshi's sword was an imperial weapon left behind by immortal Emperor Wu Go. The result had been determined the moment it came out. Meng Zhentian's will was no match for an immortal emperor's. In this brief moment, the scene went silent. Guojian was livid. Jianshi was right, they were comparing their arsenals. Your sect's resources are still too weak. Wuxia chuckled and said, Meng Zhentian himself might be able to do something, but you are only a fox borrowing the might of a tiger by coming here like this. Go back and tell Meng Zhentian that it doesn't matter how strong he thinks he is, he better start acting smart or else during the imperial pre-selection, I will take off his head and hang it in the highest location in heaven spirit. With that, he twisted Bao Yujiang's neck. The boy didn't have time to scream. His eyes were wide open in astonishment since he didn't expect Wuxia to dare kill him in front of his master. You! Guojian's anger was unrestrainable. He wildly howled and wanted to rush forward, but Jianshi and Ruyan blocked his path. One person had the decree of the evil devourer school while the other had an imperial sword. They activated their half-completion immortal physiques as well, the evil devourer physique and the sacred spring physique. It was easy to imagine their battle prowess when they had these artifacts with them. Jianshi slowly said, "Lord Chao, we have heard of your prestige as a grand god king for a long time now. If you want to fight, we'll entertain you." Ruyan was even more domineering. She grinned and said, "Lord Chao, I'm not intentionally belittling you, but even with your great cultivation, you are no match for us without an imperial weapon and only something given to you by your master." The atmosphere became serious and tense to the extreme. It was unfortunate that someone as strong as Chao Guojian had to face Ruyan and Jianshi. The two sisters were already quite mighty and had stepped into the path of the Grand Era. Moreover, they also had their physiques to back up their cultivations. In the contemporary, they weren't necessarily weaker than the Sea Shield Prince, the Swift Dao God, or the Seven Sea Goddess at all. It was that they preferred to keep a low profile. Guojian didn't have an imperial weapon, so he didn't have an absolute advantage over the sisters. At this time, it was clear to see which sect had more resources. Even though the Dream Empyrean's progenitor was quite mighty, the sect itself never had an immortal emperor. Li Qiye smiled and threw Yujiang's head to Guojian while flatly declaring, "This is my warning. In this generation, no one but me is qualified to be called emperor." With that, he ignored Guojian and went back inside the boat. Guojian was trembling from anger. He initially came for an alliance, but it ended in a feud with the Void Imperfection schools on top of his disciple's death. In fact, this could have been avoided if it wasn't for Bao Yujiang's remark. Alas, there was nothing he could do since the wheels had been set in motion. He had no choice but to fight at that moment. Everyone was holding their breaths. The scene of Li Qiye challenging Meng Zhentian was too shocking. Zhentian was currently untouchable, yet Li Qiye had no qualms at all with his domineering and arrogant style. Eventually, Jianshi spoke in a serious tone, "Lord Chao, please return." Guojian gritted his teeth and said, "Schoolmaster Zhua, you will regret your choice one day. The destruction of the Void Imperfection schools will be because of this." "Lord Chao, thank you for worrying about our schools." Ruyan chuckled, "Our choice is our own business. Moreover, you should wait until your master actually becomes an immortal emperor before talking about destroying us, because with his current status, we can still easily suppress him." This was a grand declaration. It showed the true power and hidden aces of the Void Imperfection schools. Many people suddenly realized something. Perhaps the schools still had existences capable of assailing immortal emperors right now. It would be too shocking if this was true. Assailing emperors was a very serious topic. If they still had this type of existence, their schools would be completely unfathomable. Guojian angrily stomped before leaving, not wanting to stay any longer. He would repay this humiliation one day, but his experienced self told him to endure for now. The crowd was contemplating what had just transpired in silence while checking each other's expressions. Someone murmured, "Fierce is domineering and ferocious enough." Chao Guojian won't be the only one angry. "I'm afraid Meng Zhentian won't swallow this very easily." An older character wondered, "Is this the prelude to the contest for the throne?" An older paragon from the previous generation explained, "If Li Qiye wants to be emperor, he had to take this step." Meng Zhentian's appearance meant that he would become the greatest rival to all the young geniuses who want to be emperor. It was just a matter of time before someone came out to challenge him. Since Zhentian has experienced the last competition, he has an advantage over the other geniuses. Nevertheless, Li Qiye is the first challenger. The knowledgeable people knew just how cruel the path towards emperor was. Countless geniuses had been buried, their bones paved the way for the next ruler. Meng Zhentian was an unavoidable mountain for all those who want to become emperor. However, no one expected Li Qiye to be the first challenger, and this soon at that. Someone couldn't help but speculate, What is Li Qiye relying on in order to compete? Will the peacock tree be his Tao protector, or perhaps an invincible ancestor from the Void Imperfection schools? In their minds, Li Qiye was very powerful, but he still wasn't a match for Meng Zhentian. He was too young, his cultivation wasn't at that level just yet. Given the circumstances, this meant that Li Qiye had people strong enough to protect him. Otherwise, he would be killed before being able to do anything. The Taoist commented with emotion after Li Qiye came back, "Your domineering style is something I won't ever be able to learn. If you had chosen the path of the heavens, you would have a chance as well." Li Qiye glanced at the Taoist and smiled. The Taoist shook his head in response with a wry smile. "No, I am glad to have picked the path of the Grand Era. My talents might allow me to compete with others, but after meeting you, I learned that I would have only become dried bones that pave your path towards invincibility. And I'm sure your path will have more than enough bones, so there's no need to add mine to the pile." He spoke with great confidence while revealing the current balance of the competition. Chapter 1337. After the storm, the group prepared to board a ship for the Bone Sea. This group consisted of Ruyan, Jianshi, Taoist Pure Sun, Xiong Qianbei, and Fairy. Ruyan was puzzled by this choice. "Why are you bringing Fairy along?" Ever since Fairy got here, she rarely talked to others outside of Li Qiye. If she wasn't with him, she would be in her room, alone. It was as if she was out of tune with others. She gave a surreal feeling, one of not belonging to this world. Ruyan looked at the emotionless Fairy and commented, "Maybe she doesn't belong to this world and is an immortal goddess that fell down to the mortal realm." Li Qiye only smiled in response. The world doesn't necessarily have immortals or an immortal world. But regardless of whether there were immortals in this world or not, anyone who had seen Fairy before would be amazed and enchanted. If immortals exist, she would definitely be considered one. Taoist Pure Sun was bewildered after seeing her as well. At this time, Li Qiye's group was waiting for bone ships. Another group of ships had arrived, but Li Qiye chose not to board. Ruyan saw that Li Qiye had no intention of boarding as more ships passed by and had to ask, "When are we boarding?" "Waiting for a bigger and sturdier ship." Li Qiye answered while staring at the muddled waters. He took out a wooden box and protection talismans before distributing them to the group. "Stick this on your body so the skeletons won't attack you after we get on." These were the talismans he bought from Old Chu. Of course, he was confident in distinguishing good items from fakes. The group took them and remembered his instruction. "A big ship is coming." After a long wait, a great ship capable of accommodating more than 1,000 passengers finally came. It looked as if it was made from a gigantic skull and emitted a dense white glow. There were many skeletons lying on the ship. One was an unknown race with 4 legs and 8 arms. A half-dragon, half-snake creature was present as well among certain gigantic skeletons. It could be said that there were more than just the remains of cultivators on this ship, there were also skeletons of fierce beasts. All the waiting cultivators could only watch. A few big characters from the previous generation couldn't help but lick their lips. Everyone knew that the bigger ships were safer. Of course, the first condition was to take down all the skeletons. Without doing so, climbing on board would simply be suicidal. However, the creatures were stronger on bigger ships. If one wasn't strong enough, it would be a foolish endeavor to board. Thus, as this huge ship approached, people only kept on watching. "Come!" Li Qiye ordered and jumped up with Fairy. The rest of the group easily made the leap as well. Afterward, they followed Li Qiye's instruction and placed the talismans on their bodies. Sure enough, the skeletons didn't move at all, it was as if they didn't notice the intruder's presence. The crowd felt quite envious after seeing the successful boarding. However, it stopped at envy since they didn't dare to follow them. "Is that a phoenix skeleton?" Ruyan noticed a particular corpse on the deck. It looked like a giant bird. Even though countless years had passed and its bones had been charred, its divinity was still flashing on the broken fragments. It maintained some divinity after the relentless torture of time. One could easily imagine just how powerful and frightening this bird used to be. It isn't that easy to meet a real phoenix in this world. It is a priceless and invincible creature, after all. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. It is already remarkable enough to have some of a phoenix's bloodline. Jianshi curiously asked, where did these bones come from? Are these experts who have died while adventuring in the Bone Sea? Li Qiye answered, not necessarily. In a certain sense, the dead adventurers only make up a small portion here. It was the Daoist's turn to ask questions. I heard the Bone Sea contains mountains of skeletons. Are there any differences between the skeletons here and the ones at the Bone Sea? Why are they on these ships that follow this pattern of going back and forth? Li Qiye chuckled at this question. This is a key question. Your 4 branches, starting from Immortal Emperor Gu Chun all the way to Immortal Emperor Yan Shi, could be considered the lineage who has explored the Bone Sea the most. You might not know about this, but they certainly were aware of many things. The Daoist cupped his fists and humbly said, would like to hear your opinion to have a better understanding. Li Qiye smiled and politely refused. I can't answer a few questions because your ancestors have their reasons and plans for not telling their descendants. However, I can answer the last question for you. He stared into the vast sea ahead and continued, the reason why these bone ships go back and forth is that they have no escape, they're unable to leave the Bone Sea. In a certain sense, these skeletons on the ships want to flee from the Bone Sea. Alas, it is but a pipe dream. They want to escape. The group was astounded after hearing this. Xiong Qianbei had to ask, but they're already dead. Is it out of a desire to return to their home to be buried there? A burial at home? Li Qiye couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head and replied, Heaven's spirit isn't their home. What does that mean? Ruyan became curious. They came from other places when they were alive? You are thinking about a different matter entirely. Li Qiye slightly smiled. Very few who have died in the Bone Sea are qualified to sit on this particular ship. To be able to get up from the bottom of the sea and onto this ship means that they were extremely powerful. Where did these skeletons come from then? The Daoist's heart skipped a beat as he thought about some old records from his sect. Li Qiye avoided the question while calmly commenting, in a very distant era, they were unwilling and full of regret. Because of that, you can see this scene right now, these bone ships drifting in the Bone Sea. Some just travel aimlessly while others might make it to the edge, but in the end, escape is not their fate. Jianshi asked, not even one can escape? Li Qiye turned quiet for a long time before answering, there are some, but that is far back in the past. Just what kind of skeleton is capable of this then? Ruyan was very interested in this topic. The formation of the Bone Sea had always been an unsolved mystery. Li Qiye smiled again but didn't answer this time. While the group was enjoying their chat, Fairy hadn't said anything after boarding. She didn't only look at the skeletons but also tilted her head in contemplation. Her beautiful eyes became incomparably bright and enchanting. However, this flash only lasted for a moment before her pupils became dazed again. She thought quite hard, but nothing came of it. Did you remember anything? Li Qiye gently patted her hair as she stood there in a solitary daze. She stared at him with vacant eyes and earnestly replied, I seem to remember something, but it is too vague, nothing specific. He gently said, some things will come naturally when the time is right. You will remember eventually. Still a bit perplexed, she nodded and eventually spoke, I don't know why, but my heart aches sometimes as if it has happened before. Chapter 1338, the rest of the group stared at the two. They had grown accustomed to Fairy's speech. These two always talked about strange things that only the two of them could understand. Li Qiye gently sighed after a long silence, Heartache is good. It shows that your heart is still beating, that you are still alive. Something like this is unbelievable for you, so you should feel happy instead. She quietly asked, why is it that this pain lasts for so long? Wuxia looked at her but didn't know how to explain it right away. It wasn't good to tell her before the time was ripe, so he softly said, there is always pain and parting in this world. Countless calamities have fallen, and experiencing too much can torture the heart. When you understand why things come and go, you will be able to understand everything. When I understand it all, will the pain go away? She looked at him with her pretty eyes in a serious manner. He found it difficult to answer since he didn't wish to lie to her. In the end, he said, you will find out when that day comes. Fairy gently nodded as her eyes became muddled again. Wuxia walked forward and looked at the old rudder. He smiled and said to the Taoist, go outside and remove your talisman. For what? The Taoist was frightened after seeing this smile. He didn't know what was going on. Fishing inevitably requires bait. Wuxia chuckled, and you are a very fat and delicious bait. Why me? Can I not be the bait? The Taoist replied with a pained expression. What are you afraid of? Wuxia looked at him with disdain. You have the indestructible diamond physique, so how are you going to die? Oh right, don't fall down into the sea because you will drown even if your physique was stronger. Maybe you would be okay if it was at grand completion, but what you have right now won't do. Ruyan smiled and chimed in, Pure Sun Island Lord, you are the leader of the charming spirit race, a hero among men. If you don't want to be the bait, do you want weak women like us to be the bait instead? Schoolmaster Lu, there's no need to praise me so much, I'll just go be the bait then. The Taoist hastily surrendered with a wry smile. He went to the deck and took a deep breath. His body exuded a glow with a buzz. It was glittering as if cast from gold and had a cold metallic sensation. He no longer looked like a living person and more like a diamond sculpture. This was the indestructible diamond physique, one of the 12. It was completely impervious to weapons and all other existences. Some even said that at grand completion, the user would be unkillable regardless of the attack. Of course, this was an exaggeration. However, it was prohibitively difficult to kill a user at grand completion. Some would even argue that it was even harder than killing an immortal emperor. The Taoist's physique was at half completion. In addition to his powerful cultivation, he would always be in an unlosable situation regardless of who his enemies were. After activating his physique, he looked at Wuxia and asked, can I begin? Wuxia nodded and smiled, go for it, attract them and let them beat you up. The Taoist sighed and took off his talisman. The skeletons on the ship immediately reacted. Red soul flames appeared in their eyes. Click. Crack. Bones clinked together as the skeletons stood up and looked at the Taoist. These various skeletons and their red eyes were quite creepy. It gave the illusion that the victims were stuck in a realm of death. Xiong Qianbei was scared out of his mind and stepped back. Luckily, he had incomparable experts with him, or else he wouldn't dare to come here even with 9 lives. Squeak, a human skeleton took out its saber and slowly walked towards the Taoist. Clank. Once it got close enough, it slashed downward with a celestial slash that flew across the sky. This was a slash that wouldn't disperse for a long period of time. Just how terrifying was this? This saber had signs of rust and withering spirituality. Even though it was once an invincible blade, time had turned it into a piece of scrap metal. Nevertheless, this saber scar in the sky was indicative of the skeleton's power, not the blade. But how could such a creature unleash this terrifying slash? Where was its power coming from? The blade struck the Taoist's body, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The Taoist's metallic body was completely unhurt, not even a little mark was left behind. It wasn't because the skeleton was weak. A paragon would die instantly if they were struck by such an attack, but not Daoist Pure Sun and his unbelievably powerful physique. Clank! 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 The skeleton unleashed a storm-like barrage on the Daoist. Each slash could sever the void. Sparks went flying, but the Daoist remained unharmed. Screech! The phoenix skeleton also flew up with a cry. It opened its mouth and spewed true sun fire on the Daoist. However, this all-burning flame just seemed like water flowing through him. Roar! The giant beast roared and bolted for the Daoist. Its huge claws slammed into him. His body seemed to be a fly stuck under its might. Its sharpness could destroy a mountain range, but the Daoist was once again untouched by the attack. The rest of the skeletons noticed this anomaly and all crazily unleashed their onslaught on him. The Daoist hands joined together to form a cross. He let the skeletons attack as they pleased with their sharp claws, blades, spears, and poisons. All of these weapons found it difficult to leave a mark on him. Only a wondrous sword left behind a shallow mark. The strongest blow struck his shoulder. One could hear the snap of breaking bones, his shoulder actually caved in. However, the wound suddenly melted like water and regained its original form. Not only was this physique invulnerable, even if a mighty attack managed to harm it, it would recover instantly. This meant that it was impossible to leave behind an injury, let alone kill the user. Xiong Qianbei was a fan to see the Daoist withstanding all of these powerful attacks. Others wouldn't be able to do so. Ruyan and Jianshi, on the other hand, weren't too surprised to see this physique being so untouchable. They were more curious about the skeletons. Jianshi commented, "They have been dead for so long now, just a bunch of dried bones without any divinity, so why are they still so strong?" Li Qia insipidly replied, "Because this is the Bone Sea. They were very powerful when they were alive. Even as bones, their old power, flesh, and blood were left for this land. Their stubbornness is also eternal, allowing them to be strong. Leaving the Bone Sea would make them lose many things. Young noble, can you control these skeletons?" Ruyan chuckled with a charming wink. Back at the war cliff, Li Qia controlled many skeletal corpses, so she became curious to see if his ability could affect these skeletons as well. Li Qia looked at them and replied, "It's possible, but due to this being the Bone Sea, it would be very problematic. It would require many steps as well as certain necessary items." Chapter 1339. While the group was talking, Daoist Pure Sun had finished attracting all the skeletons on the ship. He was surrounded by one layer of foes after another, but their mad onslaught couldn't wound him. Li Qia loudly shouted at the Daoist, "Lead them to the side and I'll throw them into the sea, that's the best solution." He added, "Get ready, I'm about to do it. Don't fall down or even I can't save you." The Daoist was about to say something, but a loud blast resounded. Li Qia activated his world seal and turned into the yin-yang immortal refining mirror. Two rays that consisted of yin and yang rushed out and struck the area next to the Daoist. Under the might of the bright yin and yang, bones began to crack. All the skeletons were blown into the sea, even the Daoist was knocked away. However, the Daoist was indeed capable. He rushed back against the current as the mirror's light pierced his body. His body was cracking apart as pieces of flesh flew with the wind. Without a doubt, this light was able to harm him. Despite little pieces coming off here and there, the wounds immediately closed in an unbelievable fashion. With some more explosions, all the skeletons were sent into the sea and out of sight. The Daoist heaved a sigh of relief after making contact with the deck once more. He revealed a forced smile and said, "Brotherly, you almost killed me there with that move." Li Qia glanced at him and replied, "Just that can kill you? You have the ancient purity blade, if you can't even survive that, would be very disappointed. Unless those old geezers are crazy, they wouldn't have let you run around with it if you weren't strong enough." The Taoist smiled in response, "Are you praising or attacking me?" At this time, Fairy came forward and looked at the glowing golden body of the Taoist. She tilted her head and curiously asked, "Is your body very tough?" The Taoist didn't know how to respond. He wasn't one to brag, but he ended up saying, "It's not bad, I can handle 1 or 2 cuts. May I try?" She looked at him with innocent eyes. "Okay, try it." The Taoist didn't mind. Even though Fairy's beauty was matchless, no matter how he looked at it, she was only a delicate girl who couldn't even catch a chicken. Moreover, those innocent eyes were completely harmless. She reached out with her finger and pointed it at the Taoist's shoulder. "Watch it." Wuxia had been looking at the rudder this whole time. He was completely aghast the moment he saw her finger touch him. It was too late, the Taoist was too confident. Even an attack from a god monarch couldn't hurt him, let alone a weak girl like Fairy, so he calmly accepted this attack. Bang! With a loud blast, he was instantly blown away. Blood spattered everywhere as a horrifying hole appeared where his shoulder should be. The Taoist's strength was without question. With the cultivation of a god king on top of his diamond physique, he should have been unbeatable. However, the weak touch of Fairy immediately pierced his shoulder. His physique couldn't withstand this blow, so he was blown away into the sea. Luckily, in this swift moment, Wuxia turned extremely fast and immediately pulled the falling Taoist back from the sea. Otherwise, he would have fallen in there for good. This scene shocked everyone. Not to mention Xiong Qianbei, even the 2 girls were astounded with their eyes wide open. Even if the 2 of them worked together, conventional methods wouldn't be able to break the Taoist's physique. They would have to resort to their extraordinary immortal physique strikes. But now, Fairy's soft finger completely annihilated his physique and shoulder. Just how horrifying was this? The Taoist forgot to say thanks to Wuxia for saving him. He stared at Fairy as if she was a ghost. The experience just now was too much for him. He wasn't one for loud fanfares, but he had great confidence in his abilities. For example, Meng Zhentian. This was someone famed for being powerful, but this type of existence still wouldn't be able to break his physique this casually with 1 finger. If Meng Zhentian could carry out such a feat, he wouldn't be Meng Zhentian but a real immortal emperor. Damn! Is this an immortal emperor? Even his elegant self resorted to vulgarity at this moment while staring at Fairy in fear. In fact, the girls were afraid as well. As for Xiong Qianbei, his butt was already on the ground. Fairy looked at him and earnestly commented, "So weak." If anyone else were to say this, Pure Sun would think that they were mocking him. However, her serious expression and pure eyes made it clear that she wasn't being rude on purpose. Others weren't qualified to mock someone as strong as him, but he didn't feel angry when it came from Fairy. "I'm really weak indeed." He wryly smiled while bandaging his wound. He had no choice but to face his own weakness at this moment. Wuxia smiled and said, "Losing to her is nothing to be ashamed of. If she truly becomes angry, only a handful of people in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could survive 10 moves from her. Even if the old men crawl out from their graves, they still won't be able to do much." The Taoist had nothing to say about this defeat. There wasn't much to think about when she could break his physique with a single finger. The 2 girls carefully observed Fairy once more. From her appearance alone, she didn't look like an invincible existence. However, her attack from earlier proved otherwise. She was truly invincible. Meanwhile, on the deck, Qianbei swallowed his saliva. He felt a bit thirsty and didn't know whether he should feel regretful or scared. With respect to regret, it was because he sold such an invincible Fairy for the price of a cabbage, relatively speaking. As for fear, he actually carried the wooden coffin in secrecy for so long. Moreover, he slammed it more than just once or twice. If during this process, Fairy were to come out and found him annoying, he would be rendered to dust in just one strike, a death without a burial. Thinking of such terrible consequences made him break out in cold sweat. He had narrowly and unwittingly avoided a disaster. Is everyone this weak now? Perplexed, she asked Wuxia while looking at him with a hint of curiosity. The others were speechless. Most of the groups here could travel through the world proudly, especially the Taoist who was stronger than Ruyan and Jianshi. However, Fairy made it sound like they wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike, as if they were as insignificant as ants. But the Taoist had no desire of refuting her. Fairy was indeed qualified to call him weak after the earlier event. Xiong Qianbei, on the other hand, was indeed a minor character. If the Taoist's group was weak, then someone like him wasn't qualified to even be an ant. Wuxia smiled wryly after hearing this. He gently stroked her hair and said, "Times are different. Some people will have to face a few things in the end. Across the eras, many invincible existences have died, so the inhabitants of all races are no longer flourishing at the apex. What we have now is reasonable." Fairy contemplated this answer. Wuxia gently sighed and continued, "One day, the world will return to the apex. However, this isn't a good thing at all. When that day comes, the calamity will come once more. Wane comes after the zenith, this is an inescapable natural order." Chapter 1340, Wuxia's comment was quite mystifying to the listeners. They couldn't understand many things he spoke of. Fairy kept on thinking with her eyes flashing brightly. Ultimately, she became confused again since these short bursts of elucidation weren't enough. Wuxia smiled and returned to the rudder. His hands lit up with narrow runes that formed a stream of light. They slowly flowed like time itself and seemingly had their own life. These runes wrapped around the shutter and drilled inside. The ship's speed increased while giving off a difficult-to-describe sensation. It looked like a stream of water was wishing to fill the entire bone ship. Ruyan immediately asked, "What are you doing, young noble?" He smiled and continued to control the flowing runes, taking control of the bone ship in order to lead it to wherever I want. They can be controlled? Jianshi was surprised to hear this. The common belief was that these ships couldn't be controlled. Those who board could only let the ships drift wherever they wanted. Of course, they also had the option to switch ships during the journey. Wuxia smiled in response, "That depends on the person. If you understand the mysteries and fundamental essences of the Bone Sea, then you can remove its restrictions and control the ship regardless of one's strength. Of course, the stronger you are, the stronger the ship will be after the takeover. It is quite a big mystery within the grand scheme of things." Having said that, the entire ship lit up. It was made out of some strange bones and after waking up, it radiated a warm feeling like jade. One could see the long flowing runes spread across the ship. They were quite delicate and exquisite, making the entire ship look like a carved masterpiece. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these runes were quite complex. There was vegetation as well as rare beasts. They carried a natural and vast aura of antiquity. It seemed that something was recorded in these patterns. The group carefully looked at them but couldn't read any of it. Even though they could feel a sentimental sadness, its mysteries still eluded them. Only Fairy was relishing their presence in full immersion. She eventually murmured, "Everything grows until the world restarts." The group was a bit shaken after hearing this. It seemed that this sentence encompassed an eternal secret. Among the long eras, there has not been one that was considered the end of time just yet. Wuxia shook his head, it could only be considered a collapse. A real destruction is where all things cease to be and time itself becomes ashes. When will that day come? She looked at him with limpid eyes. Wuxia pondered for a moment before answering, "It will certainly come since the great era is not far off." The startled group seemed to realize that they had just overheard an unbelievable secret. The Taoist couldn't help but ask Li Qie, will the world truly be destroyed? He didn't answer the Taoist. Fairy continued to stare at Li Qie as if she wanted to find out the answer from him. He made a statement instead, as long as I am still in this world, that day won't come. Everything will continue as is before I receive a convincing answer from the villainous heavens. If what lies above the 9 firmaments does not give me an answer, then I shall take it down and make my own. It was a very solemn statement. He aimed it at Fairy, not the rest of the group. The girls glanced at each other. They didn't know what this answer Li Qie was seeking or why he desired it. They were quite curious, but they didn't dare to ask because judging from his expression, it was a very important matter. Fairy's eyes kept switching from brightness to confusion as her memories were still a blur. She sincerely replied, even though I don't remember much and my past is a blank, you are definitely greater than me and worthy of admiration. Li Qie laughed in response. It would sound quite sarcastic from anyone else, but I feel quite happy when you say it. Of course, his expression betrayed his words. Shortly after, he gently shook his head, our lives are different, and the same goes for our worth. With regards to greatness and unfathomability, the truth is that I'm no match for you. She carefully pondered before rejecting the notion. No, I have never thought about such a distant question since I have yet to reach that level. Outside of surviving and looking at other sentient beings, I have never explored other matters as I have missed the best era. In such an era, I failed to pursue the true meaning at the end of the world. Li Qie responded, no, this is why you are incredible and worthy of admiration. In your heart are other living beings, compassion, and mercy, all of this changed the era itself. I am different from you. You have too many worries and things you care about in your heart while I only think of myself and the answer, nothing else. Thus, on this path, other existences are only fleeting passers-by. I show no mercy to anyone or anything that tries to block my path, and I will never stop for any reason. If I am ruthless incarnate, then you are the embodiment of compassion. He ended this with a self-deprecating smile. Fairy looked at him with eyes that seemed to stare straight at his soul. A while later, she solemnly asked, are you truly willing to give up everything? Is there nothing in this world that you care about? Li Qie chose to stay quiet, so he didn't answer her question. Buzz. At this time, the runes finally lit up the entire ship. This vessel now looked like a piece of carved white jade. A pleasant and crisp noise resounded. Runes in the shape of gears of different colors emerged near the rudder. It looked like each gear was made out of bronze. Their appearance issued a cranking mechanical sound. Li Qie was glad to see these runes and immediately moved the rudder. Under his influence, the gears shifted and the ship began to move towards his desired destination. Success! The group rejoiced after seeing Li Qie effortlessly controlling the ship. Li Qie smiled and told the group, good. Sit tight, it's time to accelerate. The whole ship turned bright. The runic gears by the rudder rapidly spun. Swoosh! The group all shook a little. The bone ship was now traveling at an unbelievable velocity through the winds and waves. It was actually jumping in the air above the water due to Li Qie's control. Their ship quickly passed by many other bone ships, leaving them in the dust. A lot of people had boarded before Li Qie, so they had a head start. However, they could only sit still and let the other ships slowly drift away while Li Qie's ship sped towards the bone sea. Many were stunned and thought that they were just seeing things. A person commented in disbelief, how outrageous, is there actually a bone ship that fast in this world? At such speeds, it won't take more than an hour to get to the bone sea while it would take us more than 10 days drifting like this. Someone who had been there before calculated the time. Of course, not all the ships were drifting towards the bone sea, some were drifting away. Some had skeletons while others were completely empty. Qianbei noticed the empty ships and asked, why are some of the ships empty? It shows that some people have boarded them in the past and killed off the skeletons before abandoning them, so these ships continue to float. Even though Pure Sun hadn't been to the Bone Sea before, he still knew quite a bit. Chapter 1341, Li Qiye continued to let the ship sail at great speeds, leaving the other ships drifting along far behind them. Along the way, there was a bone ship with a single passenger going back. This was indeed quite rare. Right now, the reason why everyone was rushing towards the Bone Sea was because of the object of immortality. The feast was just beginning, so who would be willing to leave this early? Li Qiye suddenly turned the ship and blocked the bone ship drifting back. Li Qiye teased the person on the ship, "Hey gorgeous, where are you going? Want a ride?" Standing there was a woman with a graceful demeanor. She wore a yellow dress and had an unparalleled noble demeanor as if she was an empress. She angrily glared at him and said, "Be a good boy and call me master instead of being a pest. Forget it, don't try and take advantage of being my master." Li Qiye grinned and asked, "I crossed countless lands just to see you, yet this is all you have to say to me?" She maintained her vexing glare, "You came just to find me? Please, in my eyes, you are just here to show off." Li Qiye laughed in response, "I can't do anything if you think of me like that. I can only lament my luck for picking a master like you." This woman was Su Yonghuang, the person that Li Qiye had been searching for. He wasn't surprised to see her here at the Bone Sea. It was the same for her to see Li Qiye because she had heard of his glorious tales already. She unhappily quipped, "Don't act like this before me." There was a hint of charm in her noble temperament. However, her expression became slightly happier. She knew she would meet him eventually since he was in heaven spirit and was glad to meet an acquaintance in a foreign land. Ruyan's group found it astonishing after listening in to this conversation. They didn't expect for Li Qiye to have a master, a young beauty at that. However, judging by their demeanors, their relationship was quite strange. The master didn't act like a master and neither did the disciple. The two were completely different from each other. He smilingly asked, "I'm going to take a look at the Bone Sea, are you going with me or not?" Su Yonghuang shook her head, "No, I was just there. I'm leaving for the God-Halt continent to find the Undying Gate since I received some clues about it." He asked, "What kind of clues?" Yonghuang didn't hide anything from Li Qiye. "The ancestor left behind some things and I just so happened to find them. It'll be good if I can find the missing treasure." Having said that, she took out a diagram. It was made by combining two different drawings. Li Qiye took it and said, "You obtained this piece from the minor Zen school?" She answered, "Yes, I'm following the clues from it, so I want to go to the Undying Gate. From what little I've heard, the gate is probably still there." Li Qiye took a good look at the drawing and murmured, "What a guy, Immortal Emperor Wuxia. He indeed hit it back then. It has something to do with Immortal Emperor Wuxia?" She was slightly startled although confused. He looked at her and asked, "Don't tell me you don't know what this drawing records?" She replied, "I only know that this was a clue left behind by the ancestor. After arriving here, I found out that it has something to do with the Undying Gate." After taking a careful look at the drawing, Li Qiye revealed, "I don't actually know where your ancestor went back then, but since he obtained this, I know exactly what he wanted to do." Having said that, he drew a circle on the map. "If you can't find the treasure at the Undying Gate, then go to this place instead." Since he came with half of the map, I'm sure he knew about this matter. He definitely didn't only come for the woman. "I'm not sure about this, where is this place?" She revealed a beautiful smile and took the map for a look at the place Li Qiye circled. "A very dangerous location." Li Qiye replied in a serious manner, "If you can't find anything at the Undying Gate, then you can go take a look. However, do not rush in, wait for me to catch up first." "I will." She memorized his words and nodded her head before putting the diagram away. When I finish dealing with some matters here, I'll go find you at Godhalt. Li Qiye noticed that she was anxious to find the lost treasure from her ancestor and didn't try to stop her. Come fast. She glared at him before glancing at Ruyan and Jianshi. Stop your philandering too. Li Qiye laughed and let go of her bone ship so that it could drift again. Oh. Young noble, is she really your master? Ruyan charmingly smiled while watching Yonghuang's departing figure. Li Qiye continued to grin without answering this question. Of course, the group noticed that something was strange about their relationship. No one would believe that they were master and disciple. Don't tell me you have something going on with your master? I smelled a little jealousy from her words earlier. Ruyan chuckled with her lovely, sparkling eyes. One's heart would itch after seeing her playful appearance. She happily continued, so you are someone who likes this kind of play between master and disciple. Li Qiye didn't explain or refute this kind of teasing and continued to drive the bone ship forward. The bone sea was vast, but no one knew the exact size of it. At this time, they have already sailed through a large area, but it could only be considered the entrance. He shouted, "Sit tight, we're about to enter the real bone sea. You better grab onto something or else you'll fall off. No one can save you then." The group quickly stabilized their bodies. Xiong Qianbei took it a step further by tying himself to the ship with a rope. Boom! The waves suddenly rose in a wild manner as if it was affected by a powerful force. An unbelievable scene appeared before everyone. The water rushed forward, but it was heading straight for the sky instead of an area with less water. It kept on rushing forward straight towards the boundless sky as if it was being pulled on by an extremely powerful force. Not many would be able to observe this bizarre scene since it was most likely unique to the Bone Sea. The entire ship was chaotically swaying on top of the water and appeared to be on the verge of capsizing. Li Qiye drove the ship and shouted at the group, "Hold on." The water carried an unimaginable momentum, so Li Qiye began to lose control. He could only let the ship follow the current up into the sky. Rumble. The ship frantically quaked. To the dismay of its passengers, it felt like the ship would break apart at any moment. The group was strong enough to stabilize their bodies, but they were still dizzy from the crazy shaking of the current. If Li Qiye didn't remind them earlier, they would have been in some embarrassing state at this moment. Xiong Qianbei suffered the most despite having tied himself to the ship. He lost all sense of direction and limped around on the spot. This seemed to be the end of the world. The heaven and earth were about to break apart alongside heaven's spirit itself. Everything turned dark and was on the verge of disappearing. Outside of blaring explosions, nothing else was in sight. This situation persisted for a long time. Eventually, the clamor and quaking stopped. Everything became quiet once more. At this time, the group found that they were weightless. Even powerful cultivators like them couldn't control themselves in this state and could only let their bodies float in the air. Li Qiye spoke with a smile at the confused group, "Grab onto something around you. If you fly out of the ship, then that would be the end. You will disappear from this world." He led the way out of the ship towards the deck while holding onto the hull. Li Qiye sat down with both hands on the deck to stabilize his body while speaking. "This is a rare spectacle. All of you, come and take a look. Perhaps you will gain something from this." The group copied Li Qiye's method to come to the deck. They buckled down to avoid floating out of the ship. Qianbei relied on his ropes again. He wasn't as strong as the others, so his life would be over if he made a single mistake. Chapter 1342. At this time, the group was sitting on the deck with Li Qiye to watch the outside scene. It was a vast emptiness with darkness as the centerpiece. Looking forward, they seemed to be heading towards the sky vault. This area was simply too empty. There was no end in sight, making it seem as if this place was unimaginably vast. Just like Li Qiye's ship, all the other ones lost their weight as well. In this particular state, everything floated upward with the bow on top. Ah! Some cultivators on certain ships failed to stabilize their bodies and dropped out of the ship. They looked like meteors with their screams echoing across the entire area before disappearing into the dark expanse. Others shuddered after hearing such pitiful cries. They subconsciously held onto the ships even tighter to avoid falling off. What is down there? Qianbei looked down and saw a creepy darkness. He grabbed onto the deck as well since he felt that the rope alone was not safe enough. A dead zone. Li Qie replied without looking back, "Get ready, miracles are about to happen. It is up to your own fortune whether you can obtain anything or not." Having said that, various colored lights of all shapes flashed in the sky. They looked like gems carved into space itself. The ships continued to float upward. Eventually, they made it to the end. Many cultivators looked curiously around with greed in their eyes. Treasures were floating everywhere. A seemingly endless amount was scattered in this void. Ruyan's group was shaken as well. They came from imperial lineages and were no strangers to treasures, but this was their first time seeing so many floating around in the void like this. There were all kinds of them, not limited to just weapons and jewels. Some were simply indescribable. Not far from Li Qie's ship was a large palace made out of gold. It was lit up in flames as if it was the palace of a sun god. Its gates were shut tight, so who knows what treasures lie beyond them. What is that over there? Jianshi pointed at a spectacle in the distance. There was an active volcano in this void, spewing out bubbling magma. However, this magma was actually a golden liquid. Occasionally, the volcano would spew out treasures instead of scorching magma. They consisted of seals, bright jewels, discs, and mysterious vessels. However, after gushing upward, they would fall back into the volcanic crater. The other experts took note of this volcano as well. One started drooling and had to lick his lips. If you obtain this volcano, you could feed an entire great power. Li Qie smiled while looking at this volcano. In the distant past, there was a divine beast who devoured treasures from all over the world. The more it swallowed, the more powerful it became. Jianshi immediately inquired, "This volcano is a divine beast?" Li Qie gently shook his head, "No, even the bones of this beast no longer exist. The most precious part of its body should be its stomach. Even though it has died with nothing left, its stomach was too precious and was able to be preserved. That's because all the treasures are stored there." Jianshi understood what happened. This gigantic volcano-shaped stomach contained numerous treasures. The bone ship continued onward. After a while, a treasure floated by Li Qie's group. It was a wooden chest that made strange vibration noises, as if there was something alive inside that was occasionally shaking. Ruyan heard a phoenix cry from the chest and asked, "Is something alive in there?" "A phoenix, maybe? How could that be?" "The treasure inside doesn't matter, the chest itself is the important part. The phoenix hymn you are hearing and why it is shaking has nothing to do with the treasure inside. It is the wooden chest itself." Li Qie shook his head. Ruyan asked, "What kind of treasure is it?" He took a look before replying, "It isn't a treasure, just a precious chest made out of wondrous wood. Rumor has it that in the ancient times, if one used immortal phoenix wood to make a chest, it could change rotten items into magical items, a common pheasant into a phoenix." "A pheasant into a phoenix? Really?" Taoist Pure Sun's eyes lit up. Li Qie answered, "Who knows? I haven't tried it. If you can get it, then you can give it a shot." The Taoist was immediately tempted and quickly summoned a treasure. It was a long rope that aimed for the chest at lightning speed in order to pull it back. However, when it almost wrapped around the chest, it failed to make contact. The rope fell into the dark expanse. "Interesting." The Taoist turned serious. He stretched out one hand that had a golden glow. It was empowered by his immortal physique. The sound of bones breaking immediately came when he almost touched the chest. He was aghast and withdrew his hand with his fastest speed. He saw his arm bloodied and completely broken, a truly horrifying scene. The girls took deep breaths after seeing this. Even under the power of the diamond physique, his arm was still shattered. In fact, the other cultivators saw a few treasures drifting by and became tempted just like the Taoist. They quickly took action, resulting in screams. All the ones who tried to grab the items failed. The good cases ended with grievous injuries while those who were worse off ended in their deaths. Some of them still didn't give up. They tied their bodies to the ships with rope and flew out in order to reach some treasures. Ah! More screams echoed across the void. These cultivators and their ships fell into the darkness along with all the other passengers. Wuxia shook his head and told his group, "The treasures here can't be forcefully obtained." At this time, Rian pointed at a bronze sword in the distance. "See that sword? It looks like the one on your back." The Taoist looked over and found a sword floating in a faraway corner of the void. It looked exactly like the one he was carrying. The only difference was that his sword looked much older while the floating one still emitted a dazzling light. He subconsciously touched his ancient purity blade and wondered if that was an identical blade. Rian chuckled and commented, "Don't tell me your blade from the ancient spirit island was picked up from this place by your ancestor, immortal Emperor Gu Chun?" "I don't know." The Taoist smiled wryly. He would never believe that there was an identical sword to his own if he didn't see it with his own eyes. "Your sword is quite good. Of course, that one over there isn't bad either." Wuxia looked at the sword and smiled at him. At this point, the Taoist felt some doubt about the origin of his sword. Even though it was said to be his ancestors' true treasure, they, as the younger generation, didn't know whether it was created by him or if it had some other origin. Xiong Qianbei suddenly shouted and pointed far ahead, "What about that?" The group turned around and saw the darkest world they had ever seen. It seemed to be a terrifying black hole capable of devouring all light. Not a single glimmer of light could escape from its maw. Chapter 1343, There was actually a skull in this black hole. It had been affected since it was completely black like ink and seemingly fused with the black hole itself. Without looking closely, one wouldn't be able to see the skull at all. Onlookers would be confused by this scene from not knowing whether if it was the skull that gave birth to the black hole or vice versa. Perhaps it was the skull that was absorbing all the light instead. People couldn't distinguish the fundamental cause of this phenomenon. It was very strange, and judging by its shape, it was definitely not a human skull. It was too bizarre for description. In short, its particular awkwardness was not in tune with the common perception of skulls. Because of this, the spectators became instinctively uncomfortable. It was as if the eye sockets were peering into their inner darkness. As one gazed longer at this black hole, they would eventually notice the skull even though it blended in so well. Rian's group found it quite strange. They felt the same dreadful sensation as the others as they were made aware of the darkness residing in their hearts. They had no choice but to look away from this horrifying spectacle. Very few things could scare characters of their level. However, this skull had truly frightened them in an unbelievable manner. This, Wuxia's eyes flashed while looking at this skull. Clank! The Dao sword appeared in his hand, then he threw it out. An incredible thing happened. The Dao sword was suspended in the air instead of falling down, completely contrary to the crowd's expectations. Many have tried before. Both life and true treasures or even foreign Dao types were all useless. They quickly crumbled after leaving the ships. There was even one person who became quite greedy and used a God King level weapon. One could imagine the consequences. To this cultivator's dismay, his weapon fell into the darkness. Buzz! Wuxia emitted a dazzling light as if a layer of crystals encased his body. He suddenly jumped out of the bone ship. The rest of the group blurted in shock, "Careful." The two girls turned pale with their hearts hanging by a thread. After seeing this, the other cultivators murmured, "Is he insane?" Everyone knew that leaving the ship would result in them falling into the darkness regardless of how powerful they were. However, nothing of that sort happened. Wuxia's bright body jumped onto the Dao sword. Buzz! The sword lit up and a sword path as black as ink was paved below his feet, heading towards the skull. This sword Dao made others feel a bit strange. Only truly powerful cultivators could detect this anomaly. The power of this space seemed to be suppressed. All returned to the origin under the presence of this sword. No other powers could exert their influence. Techniques, laws, and rules returned to a primordial state while their effects were no longer present. At the same time, Wuxia's flashing body could avoid all powers that came from this space. Suppressions and curses couldn't affect him. What is that sword? Only people as strong as Ruyan's group could tell that this path paved by his sword Dao was extraordinary. Even the strongest could only wash their neck in preparation to be decapitated by this sword. Resistance was futile. The ancient purity blade on the Daoist's back was a supreme creation. However, as he looked at this Dao path created by the sword, he became quite stirred. His intuition told him that his sword was completely inferior. This is so devilish, how can this be? An old paragon stared at this spectacle in astonishment. Even if the sword could carry him in this space, how is he withstanding its suppression? Even a god king's hand would be rendered to a bloody mist if they were to reach outside of the ship, but he is completely fine. This paragon has been to the Bone Sea more than just once. He understood the power of the void very well. Once someone's body was exposed to it, their flesh would be destroyed instantly. But now, Wuxia not only didn't fall, he was also unharmed. People couldn't believe their own eyes that were gazing at this demonic scene. A charming spirit murmured, "Fierce is too damn freakish. No wonder why he dared to challenge Meng Zhentian. Maybe he is the only one in this generation that can compete against Zhentian for the heaven's will. I have heard of this merit law before." Daoist Pure Sun was fairly knowledgeable for being from the four branches. When he saw Wuxia's body emitting that crystalline glow, he commented, "In the legends, immortal Emperor Jingyu from the stone medicine world created a certain heaven's will secret law. It could avoid all powers and forms of offense. It is called the Heaven's Will Crystal Physique, praised as the only technique in this world comparable to the indestructible diamond physique." The crystal physique, the two girls were startled. Even though they had never seen it before, they had heard of its fame. At this time, Wuxia was close to the black hole. He grabbed the skull, but it was as steady as a rock. He couldn't shake or move it in the slightest. So many years have passed. The power in this strange place not only didn't weaken, it actually grew even more powerful. It looks like a terrifying era is about to come to Heaven Spirit. Having said that, he laughed and took out a large egg, the one from where he found the myriad star water. Bang! 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 A burst of ferocious bangs resounded. Wuxia used the egg to mercilessly slam the black hole. His speed became faster and faster like a relentless storm. Bang! 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 The entire void quaked in the face of his barrage. It seemed that his attacks weren't only smashing the black hole, they were striking the entire space. That crazy fool will shatter this entire space if he keeps on doing this. Everyone paled from fear as the fabric of space became distorted. The ships were shaking as if they were trapped in a storm out at sea. Bang! Under the wild smashing, something seemed to have come loose. Many people heard a click sound as if an item was coming off. Everyone knew that the treasures here seemed to be engraved into space itself. Without being destined, one wouldn't be able to obtain them no matter how powerful they might be. However, the skull loosened, much to Li Qia's amusement. I knew you weren't as hard as my rock. Having said that, he put away the myriad star egg. He then grabbed and pulled out the skull from the black hole with ease. The black hole disappeared right after, but a black fog continued to surround the dark skull. After taking the skull, he didn't dare to linger around any longer and immediately walked on the sword path back to the ship with haste. He heaved a sigh of relief and dispersed his crystal physique once he reached the deck. So domineering. He forcefully seized that fortune. All the experts on the other ships were dumbfounded. Even a god king can't do something like this at the Bone Sea. Perhaps an immortal emperor would be able to. An old paragon immediately said, "This Li Qia is fierce to the level where he is able to do something like this." Many were at a loss for words. In this place, even god kings would tread carefully without taking any risks lest they die. As for forcefully seizing a fortune, it was something they didn't dare to even think about. But today, a junior like Li Qia has done just that. This was incomparably domineering and unexpected. Chapter 1344. When he got back, the group finally felt relieved. The two girls were quite nervous after Li Qia left the ship. With the heavens will crystal physique around, even the indestructible diamond physique pales in comparison. The Taoist saw Li Qia dispersing his radiance and smiled wryly. Li Qia smiled back, "You are belittling yourself too much. In a certain sense, the crystal physique is more of a trick while the diamond physique is true physical prowess. The latter is eternal. As long as you are alive, your physique will continue to be there. It will protect you for a lifetime while the crystal physique has a time limit. In the beginning, the crystal physique is truly enviable with great advantages because it can evade many powerful enemies. However, it can't compare to the diamond physique at grand completion." He continued on, "Even an immortal emperor can't kill a grand completion diamond physique. At that point, which do you think is better?" The Taoist nodded his head in response, "Brotherly, your guidance is on point." Li Qia showed a smile and added, "With your talents and strength, once you are at grand completion, you will be a true emperor assailant capable of fighting an emperor without fear. Even if you lose, the emperor would find it exceedingly difficult to kill you. An ordinary emperor might not even be capable of doing so. Will you still envy the crystal physique then?" The Taoist didn't gloat after hearing such praise, nor did he show any trace of arrogance. Instead, he happily listened with great focus. Xiangbei stared at the Taoist with admiration while listening. This was an existence who would be unkillable by even immortal emperors in the future. What a great achievement. Ruyan chuckled and asked, "Young noble, how did you get the crystal physique? Don't tell me you stole it?" Li Qia couldn't help but laugh. "It's just a crystal physique, there's no need to steal it. I casually picked it up on the road." Of course these people didn't believe him. How could someone randomly come across a heavens will secret law? The Taoist joked back, "Brotherly, I'll trade my ancient purity blade for your sword, how about it?" "For my Tao sword?" Li Qia looked at the Taoist and laughed, "You don't have to trade, just swear your lifelong allegiance to me and I'll give the Tao sword to you." The girls went slack-jawed after hearing this. They were able to tell that this Tao sword was definitely superior to the ancient purity blade. Remember, this blade was immortal Emperor Gu Chun's true fate weapon, and he was the first immortal emperor. Thus, one could extrapolate just how frightening and unfathomable the Tao sword was. Such a sword would be worshipped as the defining treasure that would be passed on for generations in an imperial lineage. So when Li Qia agreed to give the sword to the Taoist, who would believe such a thing? The Taoist himself was stunned. He naturally knew just how precious the Tao sword was. "Does it look like I'm joking?" Li Qia smiled and repeated, "Swear with your true fate right now and this sword shall be yours." Earlier, the Taoist was just messing around, he didn't expect for Li Qie to actually agree. Young noble, this is too much. Ruyan chuckled. Li Qie replied, a treasure is easy to come by, unlike a general. If I lack treasures, I can always go and find some. A general capable of resisting an immortal emperor, where will I find one among the 9 heavens? And someone who can't be killed by an emperor is even more valuable. She winked and playfully said, so if we sisters work for you, will you give us treasures like the Dao sword too? Li Qie flicked her nose while grinning, nice thought. I'm not the one asking for you too, it is your school wishing to have me. Why should I commit to such a terrible deal? Humph, you are being unfair. She coquettishly scowled while sending seductive glances at him. This posture from her could cause even bones to go weak. Qianbei inquired again, what kind of fortune is required to obtain these treasures? Li Qie smiled back at him, no one can be sure. If you are lucky, you can pick up treasures during a leisurely stroll. But with bad luck, you can choke from swallowing on your own saliva. Look, your fortune is coming right now. He pointed to the front after saying this. At this time, treasures could be seen floating everywhere in this space while the bone ships drifted away. However, no one could grab any of them even if the treasures drifted next to them. It seemed that each treasure was one with space here, they were completely connected. There was no way of taking them down at all. Suddenly, a golden bell not far from a particular ship appeared. It floated above a young man's head and continuously clicked. Next, the bell sounded before issuing a cracking noise, then it fell into the youth's hand. Everyone had tried numerous methods to no avail. But now, a treasure suddenly fell down towards someone. This was even more outrageous than a pie falling down from the sky. The youth was understandably stunned when the bell fell into his hand. He couldn't believe his own eyes since he was not a genius or anything. Why did this unfathomable bell pick him? An old senior said, stop looking silly, you are quite lucky to have met this opportunity. This was also a reminder for him to put away his treasures to avoid the greedy eyes of others. The youth regained his wits. He became quite excited since this was beyond his wildest dreams. He had been graced with great luck, so he busily put away the bell. Many were envious to see such an ordinary youth obtain this fortune and treasure. Chapter 1345. After seeing the fortuitous event that unfolded, many cultivators also began to eagerly await for treasures that were floating up and down. Everyone wanted to get lucky and have a treasure fall into their laps. Of course, very few were truly lucky. Outside of the youth from earlier, 2 other cultivators obtained fortunes, treasures automatically fell into their hands. Ruyan noticed something and murmured, is this the treasures picking their masters? From a certain perspective, that is indeed the case. Li Qie smiled, some karma and fate predestined long ago. Xiong Qianbei could only watch and heaved a dejected sigh, it will never be my turn to have such a fortune. He knew himself quite well. On this ship, with regard to talents, cultivation, power, Dao heart, everyone else was superior. Needless to mention Li Qie and Fairy, even the other 3 were incredible geniuses. If they couldn't obtain anything, how could it be his turn? Fortune and fate don't necessarily have anything to do with talents. Li Qie shook his head, if it's fate, then it's fate. When your turn is up, even if you are a lump of dog shit, it will still be your turn. But when it isn't, even if you are the most supreme genius, don't even think about it. The ship continued to float up while he was speaking. Not far from where they were, a group of 8 eyes could be seen. They were large like the eyes of bulls. The 8 eyes made strange noises before floating towards the group. Li Qie stopped speaking and looked at the eyes before smiling, look, someone is lucky. Wait for it, the 8 eyes circled around the ship as if they were checking out the group. All 8 blinked at the same time and tumbled down onto Xiong Qianbei's hand. The old man was dumbfounded and couldn't think straight. He didn't expect to obtain this fortune when the others were much more excellent. He thought that if it wasn't Wuxia, it would be the Taoist or someone else instead. But right now, the Eight Eyes chose him. He would never have even dreamed of such a thing. Is this really happening? If this was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. He was still in disbelief. This matter was too surreal and out of his comfort zone. You tell us. I want to be a pile of dog shit to obtain a fortune as well. The Taoist laughed in response. Qianbei eventually pinched his thigh and a sharp pain came along. He finally believed that this wasn't a dream. Who? He hugged the Eight Eyes while happily giggling. Taoist pure son, you shouldn't bother with a little character like me. These items won't be able to get into your sight. The Taoist smiled. He wasn't really jealous of the fella, it was a simple joke. Qianbei calmed down and bowed towards the group. Thank you, young noble and schoolmasters. Without your help, this old man would never have been able to obtain this fortune. He came this time for the sole purpose to broaden his horizons, he never even dared to think about getting anything. But now, the reality was that he actually obtained something. He understood and felt grateful for Wuxia who made this happen by bringing him along. Wuxia accepted his gesture and looked at the Eight Eyes in Qianbei's hand. Do you know the origin of these eyes? He looked down at the Eight Eyes. His current jubilated state left his mind in shambles, and he didn't understand the origin or uses of these Eight Eyes anyway. Please enlighten me, young noble. He bowed again and said respectfully. Wuxia explained, in the ancient times, there was a mysterious beast named the Eight-Eyed Celestial Bull, part snake and part bull. This was an era with ferocious beasts everywhere, but this type of bull was a king among kings. They were extremely fierce and powerful. They have 8 eyes, each with a different ability. Even though this particular one died here, its 8 eyes have survived. Thus, you can just imagine how powerful it was during the ancient time. He looked at the old man and continued, a large part of why it chose you is due to your bloodline. Even though this bloodline is very thin at your generation, it still flows through you nevertheless. The bloodline of my Xiong clan? Qianbei was startled. He knew very little about his ancestors. Wuxia flatly replied, if you want to know more about your ancestors, then go back and look through your ancestral records and family tree. Qianbei had more questions, but he didn't dare to ask at this moment. Many cultivators on the other ships were envious of him. Alas, fortune always went to others instead of themselves. The ship continued to float with treasures all over the place. There were more than just weapons and artifacts left behind by people of the past. The most precious parts of the bodies of some creatures were preserved till this day. During this journey, more people obtained treasures like Qianbei, but the number was still very small. Eventually, Wuxia stopped and looked at the void, then said, we're about to arrive, mentally prepare yourselves. The Bone Sea has many amazing things. I can take everyone there, but it will be up to you to get the treasures. The Taoist grinned, just visiting to open my eyes is enough to not waste my life. As for the treasures, let it be up to fate. His Gu Chun's 4 branches had many treasures. Their treasury was something outsiders could never even begin to fathom, so for the Taoist, experience was more important than treasures. The always playful and enchanting Ruyan quietly asked Wuxia, what about the wind chase break? This time, she was very dignified without trying to tempt him. In fact, Jianshi was staring at him with her clear eyes as well. They came with great hope because he previously said that their wind chase break was located at the Bone Sea. Obtaining other treasures didn't matter to them. They only wanted to find their lost technique since nothing was more important to the Void Imperfection 3 schools. Wuxia looked at the two and smiled, if an opportunity presents itself, I will lend a hand. Even if it isn't meant to be, I will forcefully seize it. Yes, you two sisters have served me quite well in the recent days, so I can't mistreat your school. Jianshi blushed from this teasing while Ruyan smiled without any bashfulness at all. If you stay at our schools, we will treat you like a living god. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. A living god? That doesn't sound bad, but I was born a poor man and unaccustomed to the lavish lifestyle. I should stick to my poverty-stricken ways instead. Ruyan frowned and glared at him. Jianshi, on the other hand, only sighed in her mind. She knew that her school couldn't keep someone as great as Li Qie, a true dragon that will soar in the sky. How could a small pond like theirs contain such a beast? After a good while, Li Qie looked at the sky and said, "Get ready, we're about to arrive at the watery area. Hold your breath or you will look quite ugly from choking." The group held their breaths after hearing this. Originally, all the ships were floating up into this boundless void with no end in sight. However, once they drifted to a certain level, a loud bang sounded as if they touched an invisible barrier. There seemed to be a crossing between two worlds. The previous was a boundless void while this one was full of water. In the blink of an eye, all of the ships reached the sea. Chapter 1346, Crash. Water splashed. The bone ship struck the surface right away and began to float. This process was too fast. It wasn't a process of floating up from the bottom of the sea, it was entering from another world. An immense gust of wind assaulted everyone, it could only be described with the word death. The sisters and the Taoist were all experienced members of society. However, they were shocked to see the scene ahead. Of course, they had read records in their sect describing the Bone Sea. Alas, reading and personally seeing were two completely different matters. True to its name, this sea was full of bones. When standing above, regardless of the location, only bones were in sight. A sea made out of bones might be the most appropriate way to describe this region. They piled into mountains, creating an astounding spectacle. Because of these piles, this sea seemed to be divided. It was difficult to see the whole ocean due to these bony protrusions. The visible water looked like narrow rivers, allowing the little ships to pass through the ghastly hills. Anyone would be creeped out while being so close to death. The more timid crowd would forever be stained with this shadow for the rest of their life. Stray bones were also floating among the cold splashing waves. The majority of the skeletons here remained relatively intact, making it seem as if something had eaten the flesh while leaving the bones behind. There were all kinds of skeletons from different creatures, not just humans. Their varied shapes exceeded one's imagination. Some were unreasonably large while others were wonderfully small. Looking around, one would see a small pheasant-like skeleton next to a mountain-sized skeleton. The large ones came in a variety as well. There was an elephant head with its ivory tusks stretched out for dozens of miles, and another looked just like a dragon. This might be an ancient python, it spanned for several thousand miles just like a mountain range. One could easily imagine just how large and mighty it used to be when it was alive. There was also a skeleton that looked like a peak protruding out of the sea all the way to the white clouds. A single glance wasn't sufficient to discern the creature. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that this sky-piercing peak was only part of a finger, so just how large was the hand below the sea? This was an example of gigantic humanoid skeletons beside great beasts. They looked just like continents half immersed in the sea while their ribs looked like small mountain ranges. These giants were true to the phrase, head wearing the sky and feet stomping the ground. No, even worse, an existence above an immortal emperor going crazy. What do you think will happen? Li Qie's laughter made the Taoist take several steps back from fear. He spoke with skepticism. Are you joking? He had experienced fairies' might firsthand, and the fear still lingered in his mind. Li Qie's words just now horrified him completely. The girls slightly trembled as well. This answer just now contained many hidden matters. Xianbei was tongue-tied. This topic was too out of reach for him. Immortal emperors, these were existences he didn't dare to even think about. Chapter 1347. After a while, the girls calmed down. Jianshi quietly asked, "Is she an immortal emperor?" But then she thought about it and found it impossible. If there was an empress present, there would be no chance for everyone to be unaware of her presence. Moreover, this was a new generation with an upcoming heaven's will, so how could there already be an empress? Wuxia looked at her and flatly stated, "No, she's something even greater." Everyone inwardly trembled after hearing this terrifying sentence. No one else in this world would say such a thing outside of Wuxia in this specific circumstance. Moreover, the existence mentioned should not exist. How could there be something greater than an immortal emperor? Ruyan blurted in disbelief, "There are people more powerful than immortal emperors?" Since ancient times, the belief was that immortal emperors were invincible and matchless. Wuxia smiled and looked over at the Taoist. "There are differences among immortal emperors." Back then, immortal Emperor Yan Shi made a very famous statement, commenting on the differences. "I'm sure your 4 branches have recorded this." Pure Sun mused a bit before answering with uncertainty, "I believe our ancestor did say something along these lines. Among the 9 levels of immortal emperor, I am at the 7th. He was hesitant because as a descendant, he wasn't qualified to comment on invincible emperors, especially his ancestor. Wuxia smilingly said, "Not exactly true but pretty much correct." In her words, if there are 9 levels to immortal emperor, would place her at the 8th. Of course, this was a matter to be discussed later on. Later on? Ruyan was quite sharp and could vaguely guess something from his statement. What happened after that? Wuxia laughed and didn't answer. "Let's go. I'll take everyone somewhere where there is a real treasury, but just like before, whether you can get anything or not will depend on your own fortune." Having said that, he maneuvered the ship towards a particular direction. They swiftly traveled through countless bone mountains on this sea. In the beginning, the group thought that there was nothing except bones, but they soon found out that this was a misconception. There's something under the water. The meticulous Jianshi noticed something beneath the surface that has been secretly watching them inside the bones. Wuxia smiled and told the group, "You can practice here for now. These things aren't that strong, but once we go deeper into that place, it will be a fight with your lives on the line." "What is that thing?" Jianshi was surprised. She initially thought that there were no living creatures in this area. Screech. The moment she finished speaking, the sky turned dark. A giant eagle approached them from overhead. To be exact, it was the skeleton of a giant eagle. It spread its 10-meter-long wings and came out of nowhere only to dive towards them. Its beak was immensely sharp and its hook-like claws were equally deadly. One could hear the wind howl as it dived down with a momentum capable of tearing this ship into little pieces. In face of this, Pure Sun unsheathed his sword on his back without delay. His quick draw was impeccable. Others could only see a flashing glint followed by a clank that came from the air. With one slash, the giant bird was split into halves and fell into the sea. His ancient purity blade had already returned to its scabbard. No one actually had a chance to see it clearly. From the unsheathing to the sheathing motions, it was a continuous and flawless flow. This was indicative of his wondrous mastery. Soon after dealing with the bird, the water down below began to splash all over the place. Countless skeletal monkeys sprang up onto the ship. They squeaked and screamed before lunging at the group. "Come!" Ruyan chuckled and activated her evil devourer physique. A black hole appeared right away and started to grind away at the bones. Virtually all of these skeletal monkeys were rendered into dust in an instant. After the eagle and monkeys were killed, the rest of the skeleton seemed to realize that the group was too strong, so they quietly hid and halted their attack for now. Jianshi asked, What are these things again? Li Qia nonchalantly answered, in this place, the majority of the corpses have been erased. However, a few of them remain unyielding and turned into skeletons on these ships in order to escape from the Bone Sea. There is another group that have been morphed into evil spirits by the death energy here. They consider this sea to be their home and would attack any intruders they see. He sighed at the end. Jianshi noticed these shadows hiding in the sea. They seem to be everywhere, prompting her to be vigilant. Li Qia smiled and added, these spirits are not much, the ones later on will be much more powerful, a true eye-opener. Remember, you can abandon ship and jump to the bone piles if necessary, but never fall into the water no matter what happens. If you do, it will be the end of you, escaping would be even more difficult than reaching the heavens. The group memorized his warning. Even though there was still a lot of spirits around, Li Qia didn't mind too much. His focus was on Fairy, evident by his occasional glances. In fact, he was very worried about her emotional instability because it could end in an eruption. As he had said before, dealing with a furious immortal emperor would be very problematic. Fortunately, the situation was looking fairly optimistic since she remained stable just like the glowing moonlight that's encompassing her body. She even had a smile on her face, as if she was recalling some happy memories. The ship continued forward. They didn't get too far before another ship came by. An old man was glad to see them and called out, "Young noble Li, may I have an audience?" Li Qia controlled his ship so that it would block the other one and sat down while lazily mumbling, "Come." The old man jumped on board and cupped his fists after seeing the group, "Schoolmaster Zhua, Schoolmaster Lu, Daoist Pure Sun, my greetings. Third Elder, you still haven't given up? What kind of conditions are you bringing with you this time?" Ruyan chuckled after seeing the old man. This was the elder from the Seven Martial Pavilion. He only smiled and maintained his courteous and thoughtful bearing. The Daoist smiled, "I'll go keep watch so that the spirits can't attack the ships." He understood that if the third elder was here, there was important business to be discussed. As the Pure Sun Island Lord, it was not his place to eavesdrop. Xiong Qianbei didn't dare to stay even more. He followed the Daoist and kept guard on the deck. "The Bone Sea is too large, it wasn't easy to find you, young noble. I had to switch several ships." He bowed and initiated the conversation with a relaxed tone. He came with great sincerity this time to get things done. It was evident that he ran here as he had to spend a lot of effort just to talk. Li Qia smiled and replied, "I hope you are bringing me good news." The elder bowed his head again. He was much more polite and respectful compared to the last time. Keep in mind that the pavilion was an incredible lineage in heaven spirit. One sect with 3 sea gods was enough to let them talk proudly to any other power. As an elder, he commanded great respect, so his courteous act towards Li Qia was quite sincere. Of course, Li Qia showed him respect as well, contrary to his usual nonchalant act. As the saying goes, bring gifts to avoid a scolding, smile to avoid a slapping. He was willing to give the third elder a chance due to the respectful gesture. The elder said with reverence, "I came here this time to talk to you about the life renewal again." "I'm listening." Li Qia only smiled and showed a more amicable attitude compared to his indifferent manner upon their first meeting. The elder solemnly said, "Our elders have discussed your condition last time and we have agreed to parts of it. If you can perform the life renewal successfully, we will impart to you 3 out of the 7 styles." Chapter 1348, The elder's words sounded astonishing to both the girls. They actually thought they had heard him wrong. The pavilion had the name, Seven Martial, due to their 7 styles. This was the belief of many people. Until now, these moves were top secrets and were never passed on to outsiders. In the pavilion itself, fewer than few were able to see the styles, but now, they were willing to give him the first 3 variations. quite bold and ambitious. Li Chia was surprised as well. It looks like your pavilion is going big this time. He didn't care too much about this transaction. The 7 styles might be amazing, but it wasn't to the level where he must have them. At the same time, he didn't think they would ever give it to an outsider. Thus, this concession from them was truly astonishing. The 3rd elder quickly smiled and added, "Thank you for your kind words. We are just acting out of necessity, not ambition. Our pavilion has no desire to compete against the rest of the world for hegemony." "Is that so?" Li Chia leisurely chuckled and stared at the elder. "If your pavilion has no such ambition, why the need for this concession?" His eyes turned quite profound. The elder felt a bit scared. It felt as if he was seen through, so he lowered his head. Li Chia faintly smiled. "Fine, I'd like to hear the rest." This attitude was a good development for the 3rd elder. At least things looked hopeful for the pavilion. After all, Li Chia had a very indifferent attitude last time. He busily responded, "Although we can't give you all 7 styles, we can compensate you in other ways. If you are willing, our 7 seas goddess is willing to marry you. At the same time, our dowry will be 2 sea god weapons. Feel free to put forward more conditions if you would like." The girls were impressed. The pavilion was going all out just to pull Li Chia in. Anyone would be tempted by such conditions. The 7 seas goddess was not only powerful, she was also quite beautiful. Moreover, 2 sea god weapons made this deal even more tempting. "Is this your pavilion's idea or your successor's, the 7 seas goddess?" Li Chia laughed in response. The elder smiled back, "Young noble Li, you can rest assured about this marriage. Our pavilion and lord can keep our word." Both Ruyan and Jianshi were surprised once more. Jianshi gave her congratulations, "So the goddess has taken the position of your lord. That's great." They also understood why the goddess agreed to this arrangement. If she was only a disciple, then she could follow her own desires. However, it was different for a lord whose responsibility was to shoulder the rise and fall of their lineage. They were also schoolmasters, thus they understood the heavy responsibilities that ensue. The elder respectfully said, "Thank you, schoolmasters. The truth is that our lord has taken the position more than 2 years ago, but we didn't announce it to the world." Li Chia smiled, "Because your hallowed ancestor is about to die, your pavilion wishes to keep a low profile on these matters." The elder coughed after Li Chia blurted everything out. He wryly smiled and said, "Nothing can hide from your keen sight. In this generation, the goddess is indeed the most promising to become the next sea god. Logically speaking, her promotion to being our lord is a grand matter. It should be a magnificent feast, but the hallowed ancestor's situation is not good, so we didn't want to draw further attention to ourselves." Li Chia lightly smiled, "Since you already know that I'm observant, just get everything out in the open. Outside of the life renewal, your pavilion also wants my seed, an imperial bloodline. Thus, you are willing to do everything to succeed so that your goddess will ascend to godhood and have me become the next immortal emperor." He gave an amusing laugh after stating this. The elder grew bolder and asked, "Do you not have confidence about becoming emperor? You are exceptionally gifted, so wouldn't it be a great pity if you don't ascend to the throne?" Li Chia chuckled, "This goading won't work on me." His eyes turned serious as he stared at the elder. "We can leave the 7 styles aside and focus on your hallowed ancestor's plan as well as the direction your pavilion will take in the future." The 3rd elder chuckled as well and said, "Ah, well, our pavilion hopes that you can become immortal emperor and our lord, the next sea god. 3rd elder, if you want to negotiate with me, then just be honest, don't play games like this." Li Chia coldly spoke, "There are some things that you might not be qualified to know, but if your hallowed ancestor has sent you here to negotiate, it means that he has made a decision and told you certain things. So, 3rd elder, let's cut to the chase if you actually wish to negotiate." The 3rd elder was slightly startled. "How did you know it was the hallowed ancestor who sent me?" Li Qie insipidly responded, it's very simple. Who can actually be in charge of using the 7 styles as a bargaining tool? Who has such guts? If it was any other ancestor from your pavilion, they wouldn't be willing to bear this mark of a sinner, the full burden of the blame. In your entire sect, only your hallowed ancestor dares to make this grand gamble. You truly see through everything. The elder sighed and confessed, yes, it was the hallowed ancestor who sent me here to talk to you. Li Qie said, then tell me his plan. The elder hesitated for a moment before glancing over at Ruyan and Jianshi. Young noble, we'll be off then. Jianshi hurriedly said after seeing the elder's demeanor. Li Qie waved his sleeve dismissively while looking at the elder, stay and listen. Third elder, I trust the 2 of them. If I am no longer in heaven spirit one day, the Void Imperfection schools will act as my representatives, do you understand? Excuse me, I worried too much, I hope schoolmasters will forgive me. The elder quickly cupped his fists and apologized to the 2 girls. Jianshi replied, you are being overly polite, third elder. In fact, his actions were understandable. Li Qie said, since your hallowed ancestor has made up his mind to do this, we'll be frank with each other. The elder finally took a deep breath and began, young noble, the truth is that our hallowed ancestor wishes to make a change, the biggest reformation to our bloodline. Li Qie stared at him and slowly said, your sect does not wish for something as simple as a sea god or an immortal emperor for your groom. What you truly want is to use my bloodline to give birth to an unfathomable descendant. This will be the revolution of your bloodline, the wish of your hallowed ancestor. He only wishes for change. The elder let out a hollow laugh. Li Qie continued, this is too clear from the fact that he wishes to team up with me and not Meng Zhentian. He wishes to produce more offspring with my imperial human bloodline. He's not a fool, so I'm sure he has already explained everything to you beforehand. Well, the third elder found it difficult to respond because they didn't have things planned to this point yet. Li Qie speculated, I know what your ancestor intends to do. The reproduction of our bloodlines will be the last part of the negotiation. As for your pavilion's plan, that is even further into the future. He wishes to bring this up after our marriage, when our marital bond and love become stronger. The third elder lost control of this deliberation because it was proceeding too quickly. Both sides hadn't talked about cooperating just yet, but they had gotten to the latter points already. The elder quickly said, young noble, if you would like, you can talk to our hallowed ancestor about these future plans some other time. If you form an alliance with us, we will not hide anything from you since we will be a family connected by bonds. Chapter 1349, Jianshi and Ruyan were very curious about this conversation. The hallowed ancestor was someone who had trained 2 sea gods. He definitely was unmatched in certain aspects. If he was willing to bet on Li Qie, it showed that he had an even greater plan than just grooming another sea god. The 2 girls wondered just what was it that he wanted to do. Li Qie laughed and said, I won't force you since it is a confidential matter. However, do you mind if I take a guess? Well, the elder wryly smiled. He was fairly helpless because Li Qie had guessed correctly twice already. This youth was too devilish. Actually, it's not that hard to guess. Li Qie chuckled without caring if the elder agrees or not. He went on, there is only one thing your hallowed ancestor wishes to do, and that is to sever the sea demon root from all of you. The third elder was aghast after hearing this. Even though the ancestor didn't explain in detail, he could extrapolate that this was indeed the case from their conversation. So now, when Li Qie pinpointed the crux of the matter, it truly frightened him. Li Qie faintly smiled and continued, if I am not mistaken, your ancestor wants to move the 7 martial pavilion out of heaven spirit. Even if the entire sect cannot leave, at the very least, a portion of your disciples must do so. Because of this, your pavilion wants my imperial bloodline. Only my powerful human bloodline will help your pavilion take root in a different world. He stared straight at the elder and declared, "Your ancestors' target is the mortal emperor world's northern Grand Sea." The third elder was astounded to hear this and instinctively backed away from Wuxia in disbelief. The two girls were surprised as well since this was outside of their imagination. Some sea demons have left Heaven Spirit before, but ultimately, they would return to their roots unless it was an untimely death. No one had heard of a sea demon lineage wishing to relocate from Heaven Spirit. This was because in the 9 worlds, no other location would be more suitable for their race, especially the Dragon Demon Sea. This was truly their home territory. For a living creature, there was no better place than home. Sea demons were simply happy fish in water here. As for the 7 Martial Pavilion, wanting to relocate should be even stranger. They were the leaders of the Dragon Demon Sea, an untouchable behemoth among sea demons. However, they still wanted to leave Heaven Spirit. No one would be able to imagine their thought process. It would be considered ridiculous if one didn't hear it with their own ears. It wasn't easy for a lineage to establish their own base. It required countless efforts from their ancestors. Just imagine, 3 sea gods have contributed to the pavilion, resulting in them having the largest territory in the Dragon Demon Sea. No one would be willing to give up such a solid foundation and inheritance. This is impossible. Sea demons can't leave and they definitely can't cut off their bloodline, their connection to Heaven Spirit. Ruyan found the statement incredible. Wuxia chuckled and said, "This depends on their bloodline. If I become an immortal emperor and breed with a sea god, the descendants will be able to sever this root due to my ancient bloodline. After several more generations, the pavilion will be able to implement their plan. The Golden Isle has tested my bloodline. It looks like your pavilion is quite good at getting reliable information." Both the girls glanced at each other then stared at the elder whose face has become cloudy and uncertain. He didn't know what to say for a while. Wuxia smiled and continued, "The hallowed ancestor must have wanted to do this long ago, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the right candidate. It's not that simple to have both an immortal emperor and a sea god at the same time. Plus, an immortal emperor might not give your pavilion any face." In the end, the elder bowed his head and earnestly said, "Young noble Li, your wisdom is as vast as the sea. You have grasped everything. Your knowledge can only be described as matchless." Even though he didn't directly admit it, this was essentially accepting Wuxia's conjecture. Both the girls shivered. As schoolmasters, they thought about a deeper issue. Just why did the pavilion want to abandon their inheritance here and leave Heaven Spirit? The more they thought about it, the more afraid they got. An existence like the hallowed ancestor was not able to alarm them. The reasoning behind his actions must be earth-shattering. Wuxia smilingly said, "That's the hallowed ancestor for you, worthy of being an existence that has trained 2 sea gods. He sees further than others and is even willing to make such a gamble." The elder was elated. He hurriedly replied, "Then do you agree?" "No, don't be happy just yet, I still haven't accepted." Wuxia shook his head, "The truth is that your condition isn't enough to move me." Well, the elder awkwardly backed away after being disappointed. Wuxia laughed, "Elder, there's no need to try and hide it from me by bargaining every step of the way. Be honest, what is the bottom line of your ancestor? 4 styles or perhaps 5? In my opinion, 5 is his limit. The 7 styles are indeed unbeatable, but I'm only interested in the last 3. The first 4 might be incredible, but that's all they are. This is not the case for the last 3. Their profundities are worth pondering, especially the final style. This style, for any cultivator, is truly worth researching. Even immortal emperors are no exceptions." The elder was tongue-tied once more. None of his thoughts could elude Wuxia's eyes. Wuxia continued after seeing his expression, "If necessary, your ancestor could bear trading the first 4 moves. The 5th is the limit, while the 6th is something he absolutely doesn't want to put up. Due to his mastery of the styles, he knows more than anyone just how priceless the last 2 are. The 6th is a sure kill attack. The moment it comes out, it can determine the outcome of the battle. As for the 7th, it can reverse the tides of the universe. Because of this, he absolutely won't trade the last 2. Having said that, Wuxia waited for the 3rd elder to answer. In the end, the elder acquiesced. Young noble, your insight is beyond my sphere of understanding. This was not flattery since it came from the heart. Even as an elder of the pavilion, he knew less about the 7 styles compared to an outsider like Wuxia. At the same time, Wuxia was undoubtedly correct. The hallowed ancestor gave permission for the first 4 styles. If Wuxia insisted on the 5th, he must personally talk to the hallowed ancestor. If you wish for the 5th, our ancestor is willing to talk with you about it. He honestly revealed the bottom line. At this point, he nervously stared at the youth. He truly wished for a successful negotiation. After all, this would be considered a great merit for him. You should already know that I want all 7. Wuxia smiled. The elder wryly smiled back. I won't hide it from you, young noble. It is simply impossible for us to give you all 7, absolutely impossible. It might be bad news, but it is the truth. I am being sincere this time, so I won't lie to you. Wuxia said, I know. The reason why this conversation is happening is because of your respectful attitude. The elder continued, without talking about the last 2 styles, we can sincerely talk about other conditions that you might have. The elder spoke with honesty and frankness. Wuxia didn't respond right away. He quietly stared at the waves outside. The elder leisurely stood there without bothering him, waiting for him to make a decision. After a while, Wuxia looked back and slowly said, I can replenish the hallowed ancestor's life as well as not want the 7 styles. But I do have one condition. The elder asked for confirmation, no more 7 styles. All 3 in the room were surprised. They didn't understand why he chose to give up on the 7 styles. Wuxia seriously responded, yes. I can do without the 7 styles. The elder was ecstatic and quickly asked, everything else is negotiable then. What do you want, young noble? Wuxia nonchalantly declared, it's very simple, I want to see the Prime Sea God. Prime Sea God? The elder thought he misheard and had to ask again, you said you want to see the Prime Sea God? Wuxia flatly and earnestly confirmed, you heard correctly, that's who I want to see. Chapter 1350, Wuxia's solemn demeanor let the elder know that he didn't mishear. However, he found it quite strange and didn't know how to look at Wuxia or what words to say. In fact, Ruyan and Jianshi were stunned as well. After a while, Jianshi quietly reminded him, young noble, the Prime Sea God has left this world for a long time. The Prime Sea God was the first sea god of the pavilion and rumored to be the strongest of his level. Wuxia flatly said, I know who he is. The elder hesitated for a moment before responding, young noble Li, please excuse me, but you should know that our Prime Sea God is no longer of this world. It is impossible to see him since we can't revive him. Wuxia told him, you don't understand. Just go back and tell your hallowed ancestor that I wish to see the Prime Sea God. If he is still hesitant, tell him that this is my only condition. I'm sure he will understand my intention. The elder truly didn't get it. Everyone knew that the Prime Sea God wasn't alive. Their pavilion had never tried to hide it. In fact, if they had a living sea god, they wouldn't need to ask Wuxia for this favor. But now, Wuxia insisted on seeing Prime, which was shaking the elder's mind. Could the pavilion's Prime Sea God actually be alive? He carefully thought about it and dispelled this notion. If Prime was still alive, then it meant that the trident had always been in their possession. Li Qie had a rare moment of austerity as he told the stunned elder, "You just need to relay the message to the hallowed ancestor. This is my business. As long as he agrees, I'll renew his life." The elder took a deep breath and earnestly nodded, "I'll relay your message in full to the hallowed ancestor." Li Qie casually dismissed him, "You may leave now." The elder hesitated and didn't leave right away. Li Qie noticed him standing still and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Well," the elder wryly smiled, "may I ask when you will have some free time? Our Lord wishes to see you." Li Qie shook his head, "You still haven't given up?" "I'm not interested in this stallion business." The elder awkwardly pressed on, "Young noble, one meeting won't be that bad. Our Lord has been interested in seeing your great charisma in person, what do you?" Li Qie interrupted him, "We can talk about this matter later once the hallowed ancestor agrees to my condition." After seeing his firm demeanor, the elder cupped his fist and bowed, "I'll be taking my leave then." He bid goodbye to the girls as well before leaving. Ruyan grew very curious after seeing his departure and looked at Li Qie, "Young noble, are you sure you want to see the prime sea god? Is there a problem?" Li Qie couldn't help but smile this time. Jianshi had to interject, "The problem is, he has been dead for a long time now." She didn't believe that this sea god was still alive. Li Qie leisurely said, "That depends on how you define life and death. In your eyes, he is dead. In mine, he is still alive." Both the girls repeated in shock, "He's still alive?" If this was true, it would be too earth-shattering. "No, he's dead." Li Qie laughed again. "Young noble, you are deliberately teasing us now. Can you just reveal what is going on?" Ruyan pouted in a charming pose that could make people fall over. Li Qie chuckled in response, "He is indeed dead if we were to go by the definition of living creatures. However, he is still alive from the perspective of a sea god." Having said that, he looked outside to contemplate. What does that mean? Even smart people like them felt a bit lost. Why is it that sea demons and treants are not included in the 9 worlds' great races? In the 9 worlds, they are not weaker than humans or charming spirits, so why are they excluded by the wise sages from the list of myriad races? What is the reason? The two were stunned for a bit. Even though they had never left Heaven Spirit, they knew from their readings that outside of their world, other people never mentioned the sea demons and treants as part of the great races. However, no one has ever looked into this matter. Are you saying that sea gods and treefathers are similar? Even though a treefather might be dead, he will still return to the origin and take root in the earth. A tree controller will be able to communicate with an ancestral tree. The intelligent Ruyan immediately connected sea gods and treefathers. Li Qie answered, "Right and wrong. The process treefathers undergo is unique to them. However, returning to the origin is something similar between the two types of existences." The meticulous Jianshi discovered an unprecedented door due to the time she spent with Li Qie. He had given them too many surprises, but in this split second, she thought about a terrifying matter. Her heart trembled and she had to ask, "What about us, the charming spirits?" Li Qie gave her another look and cheerfully praised, "You sisters are indeed amazing. If you work together, what will your limit be? Ruyan is sharp while Jianshi is wise. Your ancestors electing you two as schoolmasters prove just how far-sighted they are." Ruyan coquettishly said, "Young noble, there's no need to praise us, just tell us the answers." They weren't happy from his praise since they were hellbent on understanding what was behind all of this. Li Qie looked at them and finally chuckled, "I shouldn't be telling you this, but we have already reached this point. Out of consideration for your hard work and hospitality, I can tell you a little. In the sense of your origins, your 3 races are quite similar and are interconnected. At the very least, you were all part of the same race in the beginning. However, charming spirits are different from the other two. Your race will have a better future than them. It's just as people say, you are the favored children of the heavens. He suddenly stopped and laughed, but they are wrong. The villainous heavens will never favor a race or any person. If it did, it would be a bunch of devils. So, with regard to that phrase, even if your race is loved and adored, this affection isn't coming from the heavens. The two quietly listened to Wuxia. He didn't explain everything clearly, but they found themselves to be lost in a reverie of thoughts. I can't reveal too much about your race. After all, knowing might not necessarily be a good thing. It can even affect your Tao heart. Wuxia smiled, but the answer for your race lies in the Great Maelstrom. The Great Maelstrom. They couldn't help but shudder after hearing this all too familiar name again. The origin of the charming spirits, Wuxia looked outside with a tinge of regret and melancholy. The two of them didn't believe their own eyes. Such a sad expression could appear on his face. Young noble, why do you want to see the prime sea god? What was it that made you change your mind? Ruyan had this question brewing in her mind the entire time. Jiancher was just as curious. The status of sea god was a different matter. It could be said that in the beginning, he could have made this request. It showed that he didn't have any interest during the first meeting. However, on this second meeting with the elder, Wuxia changed his mind. He didn't even want the 7 styles. Thus, the two girls wanted to know what the catalyst behind this change of heart was. Tell me, am I a good person? Wuxia asked a sudden and strange question instead. The two couldn't answer because one couldn't use morality to judge a cultivator. Wuxia revealed a smile and continued, in fact, I don't know either. Some people have said that I am a good person while others argued for the opposite. I have always wanted to be a bad person, but time and time again, some still think that I am good. This world, it can make a person feel very helpless at times. Having said that, he showed a bitter smile while looking back at Fairy with a complex expression. Chapter 1351, Ruyan and Jiancher took note of Wuxia staring at Fairy. They were slightly moved and instantly realized something at the same time. Intuition told them that his change of heart might have something to do with Fairy. However, they recalled the events and found this to be implausible. Upon their first meeting, Wuxia had already met Fairy, but he still wanted the 7 styles. Him wanting to see the prime sea god now might not have anything to do with Fairy. Thus, there were some timing inconsistencies with this particular notion. They didn't know where the problem was, but they ultimately thought that this was somewhat related to Fairy. Nevertheless, the real reason for his decision eluded them. Wuxia stared at Fairy and gently lamented in his mind. This was him choosing to protect the 9 worlds. In his heart, he didn't care about the survival of the sea demons and treants, not even the charming spirits. Until now, he had no worries about how others evaluated him. For millions of years, others cursed him as a murderous devil or butcher while some praised him as the savior and guardian of the 9 worlds. Regardless of whether he was reviled or praised, he didn't take any of them to heart. However, Fairy's words had touched the deepest part of his heart. Perhaps this could be his last visit to Heaven Spirit, so he should leave certain things behind. What is impossible to deceive in this world? Maybe only the judgment of the heaven and earth. After a long daze, he eventually sighed gently. Ruyan softly asked, "What did you say, young noble?" He regained his wits and wryly smiled while shaking his head, "Nothing, let's go." The ship began to move towards their destination once more. They met many skeletons and spirits along the way. Some launched an offense on the ship, but the Daoists group easily took care of these weaker creatures. Wuxia eventually stopped the ship and smiled towards the group, "Boys and girls, are you ready? A tough battle is about to begin." The group looked forward and saw that the water ahead was even muddier than before. It was to the point where it was just black, truly creeping out the spectators. They could feel a seemingly taboo power assaulting the air once the ship stopped. Even top experts like them put on serious expressions. The Bone Sea had always been a dangerous place. Even god kings wouldn't necessarily come out unscathed. Today, the Daoist knew that the power of the Bone Sea would far exceed his expectations. Li Qiye smiled at the serious-looking crowd before slowly controlling his boat to set sail once more. Upon entry, the entire ship quaked as if it was being suppressed by the power here and almost sunk into the sea. He smirked, "Unfortunately, it's me who you are facing." Under his palms, the rudder suddenly lit up. The runic gears turned resplendent like an extremely complicated component and started to rapidly rotate. They seemed to be powering the ship, allowing it to withstand the powerful suppression and continue to float on the surface. It continued on slowly as the group noticed that something was different about this region compared to the other locations. Although there were mountains of bones, the majority were small ones piled on top of each other. The gigantic ones were a minority. However, in this current area, each skeleton was the size of a mountain that rose above the surface. Some were as large as mountain ranges. Moreover, there were unique spectacles to this region. For example, some skeletons were swimming in the sea while others were soaring in the sky. There was something different about these skeletons and spirits. As for the exact disparity, the group couldn't tell. However, the intuition of a master was telling them so. Among these monstrous bones, there were some that looked like giants squatting on the sea with half of their bodies exposed. Their fangs were hundreds of meters long like two sharp blades. After countless years, they still had a flashing glint. Another resembled a giant crane with only one leg left, half submerged in the water. The single leg looked like a pillar upholding a gigantic city of bones. The most shocking scene was a humanoid skeleton. It must have belonged to a gargantuan race that occupied an entire sphere by itself. The water could only reach its calves, so one can just imagine how gigantic it must have been. Another wondrous spectacle was the great sword pinned right into its chest. In other words, this sword was approximately 10,000 miles long. A casual strike from it could split even stars. If this was in heaven's spirit, it could divide the dragon-demon sea into two. These skeletons have weathered the river of time, yet they were still as fair as jade. The other ones outside were either yellow or charred, unlike those found here. Nevertheless, their divinity had been ground down to a very low level. It was precisely these characteristics that showed just how mighty they once were. Though they died in a distant era, the divinity in their corpses was still present. This giant humanoid corpse shocked the Daoists group. He couldn't help but murmur, "There are people this big in this world?" The girls stood there looking silly. Cultivators could create avatars of enormous sizes. Of course, those were mere avatars. They had never seen a real body of this magnitude before. Heaven's spirit had its fair share of giants, but they seemed like ants before this skeleton. Xiong Qianbei had never seen such an incredible scene like this. His butt met the deck once more as he watched on in a daze. Jianshi eventually asked, "What is that race?" Li Qiye insipidly spoke while looking at the great creature, "A very ancient race that was wiped out a long time ago." In this area, even the playful corpses were astonishing. Splash! In the distance, a monstrous wave appeared. A gigantic skeleton was swimming around. Sometimes it leaped above the sea while others it dove into the depths just like a whale. The two girls were especially moved. Jianshi asked with uncertainty, "Is that an ancestral whale?" Li Qiye chuckled in response, "To be exact, it is a Kun, another race that has been made extinct back then. Your school's ancestral whale is related to this Kun, the only family member lucky enough to survive till now." The two took a deep breath after hearing this. They knew their ancestral whale was a monstrous fish, but they didn't know of its origin or family line. Screech! Next was the cry of a phoenix. A flame surged in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic skeletal bird flew by. Its entire body was engulfed in flames. These flames seemed to be coming from every single bone. Its tail dragged along with it a fiery ray that stayed in the sky for thousands of miles. This ray contained all kinds of colors, just like the tail of a phoenix. Xiong Qianbei rubbed his eyes in astonishment and shouted at the sight of the bird, "Is that a phoenix?" Li Qia watched the bird fly away and answered, "That's not a phoenix either. However, it isn't far from being a real phoenix. At the very least, it has half of a phoenix's bloodline." Daoist Pure Sun murmured, "Just what the hell is this place? Why have all of these powerful creatures turned into bones? Such a place was too surreal. What exactly was the Bone Sea? How could all of the large creatures eventually leave their remains in this place?" Chapter 1352, Li Qia provided no answer. He continued to sail the ship in silence. For a while, the rest of the group fell into silence as well. The scene ahead was too shocking. The Kun and the humanoid giant were huge, unstoppable creatures. However, they have turned into mere bones. Li Qia suddenly broke the silence with a shout, "Ready up!" Bang! The seawater splashed. In a split second, Li Qia's ship suddenly leaped across the sea and traveled more than 10,000 miles. Boom! At the same time, a long and large skeleton rushed out from the seabed. It looked quite bizarre. There was no head or tail, just a tube made out of bones. Inside were numerous teeth interlocked together like sharp, grinding gears. When these strange teeth-like gears start to rotate, it could crush everything to pieces. Splash! It leaped straight out of the water towards the bone ship. "Come!" The Daoist smiled and unleashed a fist with haste. At this time, he didn't try to hide his power. A God King's aura surged to the sky alongside a magnificent blood energy that surged out like a dam being broken. He immediately lit up as if his body was made out of gold. Under his diamond physique, his fist looked just like a golden mountain that slammed towards this strange skeleton. Boom! The skeleton was blown back into the sea, creating a large tidal wave. However, after just a moment, it leaped out of the water to chase the ship. Li Qia laughed, "Go outside to fight, don't break my ship." Having said that, he moved the rudder. With the sound of a hatch being opened, a smaller ship dropped out from the bottom layer of where they were standing and floated to the surface of the sea. "Okay." The Daoist jumped onto this boat and faced the incoming skeleton without fear. Rumble. While the Daoist confronted the strange skeleton, more splashes sounded. Several more skeletons that looked exactly like the one just now jumped out. The girls quickly counted and found that there were 9 of them. These 9 headless figures standing on the sea were quite creepy no matter how one looked at it. This was emphasized by them grinding their teeth, issuing rustling sounds. Both the girls exclaimed, "What the hell are these things? A fiend mother has 9 connectors." Li Qia looked at these bony tubes and said, "It's a devilish creature that has died a long time ago but is still causing trouble." Clank. The Daoist didn't dare to be careless and underestimate these strange tubes. He took out his ancient purity blade and readied himself to fight the enemies. Whoa! The 9 bizarre tubes suddenly let out a sharp and creepy cry. Whistling sounds could be heard as these creatures opened their mouths. Circular discs made out of bones suddenly shot out at extreme speeds. These discs actually came together to form a large capstan, trapping the Daoist in the middle in the blink of an eye. Countless sharp teeth within the contraption intended to grind him into mincemeat. At the same time, these tubes also spat out long bony spurs with unbelievable sharpness. With lightning speed, they aimed for his heart. His body was trapped by the cutting capstan with a fatal bone spur aiming directly at him. Such a murderous technique would leave many masters helpless. However, the Taoist was still nonchalant. He let out a long laugh and said, "Good move." In this moment of life and death, his diamond physique erupted with a fiery light. With his current state, he ignored both the capstan and lethal bone spur while swinging his blade horizontally straight for the 9 bone tubes. Clang! Clank! Clank! The capstan tightened up around his body. The sharp gears seemed to be cutting into the hardest metal in the world with sparks flying everywhere. They failed to hurt him in the slightest. At the same time, the long spurs finally struck his heart. With a blinding light like an exploding star, only a shallow dent was left behind, they couldn't pierce through his chest. Clank! A sword hymn echoed as the ancient purity blade crossed the sky. Under the empowerment of his blood energy, this sword emitted an invincible imperial aura. One slash could sever myriad ages, bury the yin and yang, and decapitate gods and devils. At this moment, others could see the Taoist's might as well as the formidable sword. This slash illuminated all eras. With a loud splash, the 9 tubes were chopped into 2 and fell into the water. His diamond physique on top of his cultivation of a god-king could allow him to easily sweep through heaven's spirit. It would be difficult to find someone among the younger generation who could contend against him. Perhaps only Meng Zhentian could be his match. Crash! A wave soared to the sky and the severed tubes soared up high once more. One could hear the clicky sounds of bones reconnecting. In a short period of time, these severed tubes were completely connected again. The individual tubes disappeared and a full skeleton appeared before him. This skeleton was huge. On top of it was a large skull greatly contrasting its rather slender exoshell of a woman. Thorny spurs extended all around this slender figure. Each of them had a flashing dark brilliance that looked quite horrifying. It also spewed out a billowing black fog from its mouth just like a harrowing storm. What is it now? Jianshi was startled to see this huge skeleton. That's the Fiend Mother. Wuxia smiled and replied, the show is just beginning. It is enough to give him a hard time for a while. Having said that, he continued to move his ship along. Qianbei couldn't help but ask, are we not waiting for the Pure Sun Island Lord? Don't worry, he can't die. Someone who can take the ancient purity sword with him to the outside dying this easily? That would be too much of a disappointment. Wuxia didn't even bother looking back. This skeletal fiend mother spewed out a tremendous amount of black fog in the shaped skulls that flew straight at the Taoist. However, his physique was already activated, so he didn't care for these fog skulls slamming into him. Bang! These skulls all exploded with a force no less than the explosion of a star. The black fog continued to sweep over him. Not only were they powerful, they carried a terrorizing toxicity more than enough to render a mighty existence to ashes. Sizzle. Initially, a glittering light from the diamond physique could be seen inside the black fog. However, this physique began to change. Its golden light dimmed. The fog was beginning to corrode his physique. He had to channel more blood energy so that the physique could light up again. His body that was turning black from the erosion began to shed layers of ash. The black fog from a fiend mother could annihilate a god monarch, but his diamond physique could withstand its corrosion. At the same time, he attacked with his vibrating sword. It crossed the sky like a rainbow and went straight for the creature's gigantic skull. Bang! In this split second, the fiend mother suddenly slammed its palms together to form a mudra that came pressing down. This mudra was too fast. The Taoist couldn't block it, so he was blown flying. His chest caved in as if it crumbled. His sword attack was also capable of easily killing god monarchs, but it wasn't enough to defeat the fiend mother. He clearly lost this particular exchange. Luckily, he survived due to his special constitution. Any other god king on the same level as him would have turned into blood. Chapter 1353, ZZZ. Daoist Puresun's caved-in chest seemed to be remolding as if he was a bronze statue. It fully recovered without leaving behind a visible scar. However, it was quite strange for an evil-looking skeleton like the Fiend Mother to actually use a supreme madra of the Buddhist doctrine. It was incongruent to see a Buddhist seal from this creature. Die. The Daoist wasn't afraid of this mighty creature. He sent out another slash with an extremely dominating momentum. He wanted a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Wuxia had already traveled far away with his bone ship. Splash! A huge bony hand came out of the sea. It was gigantic and could only be described as being capable of holding up the heavens. Its 5 fingers were spread like Mount Wuxing in a way that could easily pluck the stars from the sky. The group thought that a giant was about to stand up from the sea. However, the next scene left them dumbfounded. Splash! At this time, the owner of this gigantic palm emerged. It was not a giant like they imagined but a skeletal monkey no different from an ordinary monkey. Anyone would find it unthinkable to see such a skeleton have this big of a palm. How could it grow on such a little body? Ruyan asked while still surprised, "What is it this time?" Wuxia chuckled and replied, "Massive palm divine monkey, Jianshi will face it." With that, another bone ship flew out of the main ship. Jianshi didn't question him and immediately jumped onto the other boat in order to fight this skeletal monkey. Clank! Her imperial sword left its scabbard. With lightning speed, she slashed towards the monkey with a billowing aura that rampaged across the sky. Bang! The monkey slammed its gigantic palm down with astonishing speed. Despite the visual oddity of the size disparity, its attack was seamless, smooth, and even faster than lightning. Bang! She couldn't block the attack despite being covered in an imperial aura. She was blown away through the sky but luckily fell onto a different giant skeleton. Rumble! She returned to the ship with more fury than before. Her blood energy instantly erupted. In terms of cultivation, she was no match for Daoist Puresun. However, he was inferior with regards to blood energy. Under the sacred spring physique, her blood energy was as vast as an ocean and seemingly saturated the entire bone sea beyond its limit. The divine monkey slammed down once more with a world-destroying palm. A 10,000-meter tall wave was created by this force. Bang! Jianshi chose to directly confront this incoming attack. The exchange went even, but she didn't want to let up at all. At this time, she was actually wielding a huge axe no smaller than the gigantic palm of the divine monkey. It had an ancient style with a diagram of mountains and rivers carved on it. It seemed that this diagram would give the axe immeasurable weight. Myriad Earth Axe, her weapon of choice. Her most powerful weapon was this axe, not her imperial sword or some true treasure. This was due to its tailored suitability for her. An elegant and graceful beauty carrying an axe larger than a mountain was simply outrageous. Bang! She swung her axe once again at the divine monkey's palm. Under her wild blood energy, the axe crazily accelerated with more weight and power behind it. Its sundering blow left a scar in the sky. Possessing boundless blood energy was the same as possessing all things. This was the magical property of the sacred spring physique. It could empower every technique to be extraordinarily powerful with greater speed and weight. Of course, its speed augmentation was not as great as the soaring immortal physique, its additional weight was no match for the hell suppression physique, and it couldn't empower something to the level of the Sky Destroyer physique. Nevertheless, its endless blood energy made each move quite invincible. The monkey screamed. Its palm turned into a fist that could seal the 6 Dao and headed straight for the axe. Rumble! The battle between the two continued, causing the sky to crack and the entire region to quake. Qianbei was astounded. He couldn't imagine a slender girl like Jianshi wielding such a great axe. Li Qiye was amused at the scene but continued forward without thinking too much about it. They didn't get far before he batted an eye and smiled towards Ruyan. Your turn to protect the ship, don't destroy it. Ruyan charmingly smiled in response, don't worry, young noble. Leave it to me. Having said that, she jumped to the deck and summoned an immortal cauldron. The moment she opened it, a bunch of smoke came out along with endless fire. In a split second, this heat incinerated the entire ship. So it turned out that strands of bone had come out of the sea and suddenly spread across the entire ship as if wanting to grow on it. At this moment, Ruyan controlled her fire and burned all of these silk-like strands off the ship. Even though it was ruthlessly burning these bone strands away, it didn't harm the ship at all. Oddly enough, under the gushing torrents of fire, these bony strands sizzled but weren't burned to death. The stronger the flame, the faster they grew. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire ship. A bit interesting. Ruyan smirked and controlled her cauldron. Her body suddenly lit up with the activation of her Heaven Devourer evil physique. At this time, a terrifying vortex appeared inside the cauldron as black flames came out. This new flame burned countless bony strands to ashes. Don't underestimate her cauldron. Its name was the Evil Physique Immortal Cauldron, personally cast by her school's progenitor. As a grand completion user, this progenitor actually used her own bones to create this cauldron. It had an extremely terrifying power. If a disciple who trained in the evil physique controlled this cauldron, its power would be amplified multiples times. Under Ruyan's fire, the bony strands crazily rushed back time and time again, but all were rendered to ashes. Qianbei could only sit on the deck and watch Ruyan resist this crazy bony growth. His cultivation was too weak, so he couldn't help her at all. Zzz, in the midst of his daze, a very quiet noise came about. Help! By the time he realized, he found that a bony strand had snuck onto his body. It crazily grew and appeared all over his body, scaring the soul out of him. He frantically pulled the strands off from his body. It looked like he had 1,000 hands while doing this. It made sense why people called him Xiong Qianbei. Alas, no matter how quickly he shredded them off, his speed was not as fast as the rate of their growth. Help me! He was completely covered, so he shouted at Li Qiye and Ruyan for help. However, Li Qiye only smiled at the old man. He was completely indifferent. Not only did he not help, he even watched this scene with great amusement. Ruyan found this strange and noticed Li Qiye's behavior, so she didn't try to help him either. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in layers upon layers of bony strands. He couldn't cry out anymore as his body convulsed. It was very painful. Eventually, his struggling weakened. It was obvious that he would die to these strands. Suddenly, a loud blast resounded the moment before death. A blood energy swelled as if 1,000 dragons were roaring in his body. His bloodline instantly grew stronger. Boom! The muscles all over his body enlarged as if to make room for dragons flying out of his body. They shattered all of the bony strands that were wrapped around his body. 5 Elements Mountain. There is a real mountain in Vietnam with this name, but I'm sure the author is referring to the artificial mountains made from Buddha's fingers to trap the Monkey King. Qian equals 1,000, Bei equals arm. Chapter 1354. At this moment, dragons seemed to be awakening alongside his bloodline. Their roars could tear the world apart. This is the true bloodline of the Xiong clan, even if it is a little sparse. Li Qiye insipidly spoke without being surprised at all. Qianbei was still in shock and couldn't calm down. He sat planted his butt on the deck. The howling dragon aura was nowhere to be found, and his blood energy had returned to its usual level. He was still an insignificant human cultivator. Li Qiye didn't pay attention to the shocked cultivator and continued forward without waiting for Jianshi. The ship headed deeper into the Bone Sea. Along the way, they met more skeletons that attacked them, but they couldn't stop Li Qia's advance. Under his control, the ship moved as fast as a soaring dragon. The skeletons became extraordinary once they reached deeper into this region. Xianbei saw a skeleton that resembled a dragon lying on the sea. There was a jumping flame by its stomach akin to a blossoming flower. It was in a perpetual cycle of blooming then withering then blooming again. Upon closer inspection, people would find that it was not a group of flames but an ancient rune. It was unreasonably complicated with flashing lights, as if stars were being created inside. Xianbei also saw a giant skeletal bird that resembled a giant with its head held up high. This posture made it seem that even during its last moment, it didn't give up. However, this was not the case, it simply had a sun in its mouth. This sun was not particularly large, but it emitted terrifying refined flames, making it seem as if all of the flames in this world were gathered here. This pocket version of the sun could illuminate an entire world or be the genesis of a new generation of life. There was also another skeleton suspended in the air. This one still had fur left that exuded a blue light. This was the thing keeping the skeleton up in the air. All of these skeletons left behind their treasures. Even as time slowly passed, these treasures continued to exist, true to their worth. After looking at these remains, Xianbei finally understood what Li Qia meant when he talked about the opportunities earlier. Supreme treasures. Ruyan murmured, these are the most precious artifacts of these dead creatures. Just obtaining one of these artifacts could benefit cultivators for a lifetime. Of course, it wasn't that easy to get any of them. Li Qia stopped the ship and said, this is a safe zone. After a while, the Taoist caught up after killing the fiend mother. After getting on the boat, he wryly smiled and said, that was a narrow escape, I almost died in this sea just now. Even though his appearance looked a bit ragged, he was still in high spirits. Li Qia gave him a side-eye in response, it was only a minor battle, what is this about a narrow escape? That's outrageous. You can say that when you meet a living fiend mother. A dead one is nothing in comparison. The Taoist embarrassingly coughed after being put down by Li Qia. Of course, one had to admit that the Taoist was very powerful. Any other grand god king would have died for sure after meeting a creature like the dead fiend mother, unlike the Taoist who came out unscathed in addition to killing it. This showed just how powerful he was. More time passed. Jianshi had also killed the massive palm divine monkey and was now coolly standing on her drifting bone ship. Her dress fluttered with the wind, she was still as beautiful and elegant as always. With this current image, one could hardly imagine her carrying a giant axe. She landed on the deck and looked around without saying much. From start to finish, she maintained her noble demeanor and mature charm like a married woman. It was truly captivating. The Taoist finally looked around and saw the skeletons on the sea. He spoke with astonishment, if they left behind these powerful legacies, just how incredible did they used to be when they were alive? This only made things even more frightening since all of these invincible existences died in this terrifying bone sea. Li Qia let go of the rudder and sat down next to Fairy before telling the group with a smile, okay, the opportunities are right in front of you. It will be up to your fortune to see if you can get them or not. They stared at each of the skeletons. All of these legacy artifacts were quite powerful, so picking one out of this many wasn't an easy task. Young noble, can we take all of the treasures here? Ruyan winked at Li Qia. Her sparkling eyes could make people topple over. Li Qia laughed and replied, yes, as long as you are strong enough. However, this will cause the entire sea to riot. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't want something like that to happen. I'll just pick one then, I'm too young to become a skeleton here. After hearing him, she smiled in response. The Taoist asked Li Qia, brotherly, you have an erudite understanding of this matter. How about you show me the way? Which legacy treasure is suitable for me? The Taoist was normally a quiet man, but he seemed to be a bit cunning with this question. Li Qie glanced at him and chuckled, "Since you asked so modestly, I'll tell you. Go all the way east from here until you see a location that resembles a mountain. The peak will be red as if blood is oozing from it. Climb up there and test your fortune." The Taoist cupped his fists after obtaining some guidance and said, "Thank you for your advice, I'll go give it a shot." He jumped back on his bone ship and drifted towards the direction Li Qie spoke of. "Young noble, do you have some tips for me as well?" Ruyan coquettishly smiled at him. Li Qie answered, "Fine, I'll be nice to the end since you sisters have treated me well. Come." Having said that, he controlled the ship to relocate to another location. They crossed the region and eventually stopped at an island. This was quite a rare sight. It was full of mists, giving it the appearance of an immortal land. If this island appeared in a blue ocean, people would actually think that immortals lived there. Inside the mist was the faint sight of a tablet that reached all the way into the sky. People couldn't see it completely due to poor visibility. Nevertheless, they could still tell that the tablet was made from a completely black metal. There were markings on it that could be text or morphing runes. It was impossible to see what the marks were due to the mist. Li Qie pointed at the stone tablet and said, "If you can obtain this tablet, then it will bring you a lifetime of benefits. It can also take your Heaven Devourer evil physique to the next level." "Really?" Ruyan felt elated after hearing this. Despite being the evil devourer schoolmaster and seeing countless treasures while growing up, she was still very interested in this tablet that was capable of improving her physique. Li Qie gave her a glance and replied, "My words are truer than anything else in this world." Ruyan took a deep breath and stepped on the island without any carelessness. She activated her immortal physique instantly. An evil energy floated around her body, causing a demoness like her to look even more seductive. She started walking towards the tablet shrouded in mist as a buzzing noise came out. The marks on the tablet suddenly rose and turned into a palm that flew right at her. "Come!" She gave a shout as her evil energy rose into the air and turned into a black barrier to stop the suppressive palm. Bang! 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 It was a successful block, but the palm was too powerful. Cracks appeared on the barrier. "Activate!" She didn't waste time thinking after seeing its power and summoned her cauldron while exerting her physique to its limit. She unleashed an unstoppable fire straight onto the tablet. A loud explosion signaled the start of their battle. Chapter 1355, Li Qie stopped watching Ruyan and turned to Jianshi instead. "What kind of legacy treasure do you want?" Her gentle voice and mature bearing could cause people to sway. It was like a quiet rain cleansing everything in the middle of spring. She replied, "I'll want whatever you think is best." Li Qie smiled and continued to maneuver his ship forward. Eventually, they reached the skeleton that they first saw after entering this region. It was a humanoid giant with a giant sword in front of him. From afar, he already looked monstrous in size. They had no choice but to look up as they got closer, but no one could see the top of its head. Anyone would feel as insignificant as an ant before such a giant, regardless of their status and ability. Li Qie asked Jianshi while looking at the giant, "Don't you need a giant axe?" She replied, "I initially wanted to make the myriad earth axe my true fate weapon, but it isn't very suitable." Li Qie smiled and continued, "A cultivator does not necessarily need a true fate weapon, and an immortal physique user is even more special. Some of them do not have a true fate weapon at grand completion since they refine their bodies into unique weapons. Some refer to this phenomenon as an immortal physique weapon. Of course, there are those that think this type of art is considered part of the foreign Tao." Jianshi could understand his comment because her 3 schools had such weapons. For example, Ruyan's evil immortal cauldron was an immortal physique weapon. These weapons were able to combine their power with the appropriate physique user and increase their battle effectiveness. Wuxia pointed at the great sword and said, "Many god kings have thought about obtaining this weapon. They all knew that it was an incredible artifact but remained unaware of its origin. This sword ahead might be the biggest blade Jianshi had ever seen. Even though some treasures could grow as large as a galaxy, they were simply illusions or avatar forms. Their true size wouldn't be that large, unlike this sword. Only a divine sword of this size was worthy of being this giant's weapon." Wuxia explained, "The name of this sword is the Colossal Immortal Blade. Its value and power are not weaker than any immortal emperor true fate weapons. Its mysteries far exceed what you can imagine." Her energy soared for a second time and her inner physique turned incomparably bright. It was several times greater than the previous time she activated it. She was determined to obtain this sword no matter the cost. Wuxia watched from a distance for a bit before smiling and sailed his bone ship away again. As the boat slowly floated away, he turned towards Qianbei and asked, "What kind of legacy treasures do you want?" The old man sitting on the deck regained his wits and wryly smiled, "I'm very grateful for your guidance, but I am only an ant. I can't compare to the island lord or the schoolmasters, so I don't have any foolish wishes about these legacies. Following you here and obtaining these 8 eyes is more than enough for me." Qianbei knew his limits. Although there were many treasures here, he wouldn't be able to obtain anything with his weak abilities even if Wuxia could show him the way, so he simply gave up. "It's a good thing to know when to let go." Wuxia smiled and didn't comment further. Chapter 1356. While the rest of the group was trying to capture their legacy treasures, Wuxia didn't try to take any of them. He simply wandered around this area on his bone ship in an aimless manner. He even let the ship drift to wherever it wanted. Qianbei curiously asked, "Young noble, are you not trying to get any of these artifacts?" He believed that with Wuxia's abilities, he could take any of the treasures here with ease. Wuxia looked at the calm sea before lightly smilingly, "I'm not here for these legacies." For Wuxia, bringing the group here was only a side benefit. His goal was not this place. However, since he was already here, he wanted to take a look because of a particular legend. Few had heard of it and even less believed in it. Nevertheless, Wuxia was hopeful since he was certain that what he wanted to find was here. Qianbei was surprised to hear this, but he eventually understood after thinking about it. Wuxia was very heaven-defying, so he didn't care about treasures. Or maybe for someone like him, it was too easy to take whatever he wanted. The ship continued to aimlessly drift with the two silently watching the sceneries. This region was very tranquil. There were no flying skeletons, not even waves. This might be the safest location in the Bone Sea. Wuxia gently shook his head after seeing the serene sea. He felt that he wasn't meant to see it in this generation. Suddenly, the calm water began to sway with surging waves. Buzz! A sword hymn resounded across the region. A bright ray rose back at the giant's location, illuminating the entire area. Qianbei looked back and happily exclaimed, "Schoolmaster Xue has done it." At this time, Jianshi was standing on the giant's head after successfully pulling the colossal sword up high. Its horrifying sword light engulfed the entire sky with a crushing sword intent. All existences trembled before its might. This imperial sword was large enough to encompass the entire world. Jianshi herself was also emitting a divine aura. All of her blood energy gathered above her head like a true dragon. Its claws were tearing the sky apart with a suppressive momentum. Clank! The sword continued to sing its hymn in the clouds. She was very small compared to the sword, but she had turned into an empress of the 9 heavens, noble and unfathomable. This sword energy could crush the firmaments. So powerful. With that sword in her hand, she shall be matchless. Qianbei turned pale from the pressure of Jianshi with her colossal sword and couldn't stand up from the deck. Eventually, she recalled the sword into her palace while still standing above the gigantic skull in a transcendent manner like a flawless fairy. Boom! At the location of the island where Ruyan was located, a black light erupted. The entire location turned dark as if something was enveloping the heaven and earth. What's going on? Qianbei was astonished once more as he looked around to find the cause for the sudden darkness. Bursts of explosions resounded as if something was in the process of devouring everything. If a powerful cultivator were to open their heavenly gaze, they would see a shocking scene. The tablet on that island was opening its jaws and swallowing the darkness in the sky. It looked as if even the stars up above weren't spared. The sky eventually regained its brightness as the darkness rescinded like a tide from being completely devoured by the tablet. The entire process gave the feeling of the coming of a devil, but in a split second, it was defeated and the light returned. Qianbei stared at the sky and couldn't calm down due to his lack of awareness of the current situation. Jianshi's bone ship floated back during this time. She jumped back on the deck. Li Qie smiled after seeing her. Nice sword, it really suits you. Thank you for giving me this creation. She bowed deeply towards him. Even though she earned it due to her own efforts, Li Qie's guidance also played a large part in the acquisition. Congratulations on obtaining the sword, senior sister. At this time, Ruyan also drifted back with her boat and smiled at Jianshi. Before Jianshi could say anything, Ruyan calmly pulled Li Qie's arm like a spoiled child and said, "Young noble, she obtained a divine sword and even has the sacred spring physique. I'm afraid I'll never be able to lift my head again when she decides to bully me. There will be no peace for me at the Void Imperfection 3 schools. You have to show me the way, don't let me live the rest of my life in such a miserable manner." Here, her eyes moistened, resulting in a delicate appearance. She was already a seductress, so acting cute and lovable could melt someone with a steel heart. Li Qie gently flicked her forehead and scolded, "Don't play cute with me. Your tablet is not inferior to the colossal immortal sword, so stop being greedy. As long as it is something you give, I will want more and more." She was still coquettishly holding onto his arm. This playful appearance could steal souls. Li Qie smiled and looked into the distance. After a while, he said, "Daoist Pure Sun is back." Everyone looked over and sure enough, they saw the Daoist returning on his own ship. His sleeves were fluttering in an otherworldly manner. However, he seemed a bit ragged with his clothes torn in many places. Ruyan gave him the side eye and teased, "Daoist Pure Sun, did you go to a dragon's nest or something? Why do you look so down? Don't tell me you tore off your own clothes in order to act pitiful?" The Daoist didn't mind and smiled in response, "You are pretty on point. It was 90% death and 10% survival, I almost couldn't make it back." "That is to say, you must have gotten something peerless?" Jianshi was surprised too. The Daoist was stronger than her, so something that could make him look this embarrassed must have been quite dangerous. The Daoist smilingly replied, "I was lucky. I took a trip to the gates of hell and after a harrowing encounter, I finally found something in return." His content appearance revealed his amazing harvest. After all, someone of his status wouldn't care for ordinary treasures. Li Qie smiled and shook his head, "Do you need to exaggerate so much? It was definitely hard work, but what is this about the gates of hell and a harrowing encounter?" The Daoist coughed with a slightly embarrassed demeanor after being called out by Li Qie. He curiously asked afterward, "Brother Li, have you been there before?" Li Qie only smiled without answering. Ruyan cheerfully told him, "Take out your treasure so everyone can have a look." The Daoist grinned, "It's only an egg, it can't compare to the two magnificent treasures the two of you obtained." Nevertheless, he didn't try to hide it and took it out. What he obtained was a golden egg several times larger than an ordinary one. An adult couldn't hold it in one hand. It was glittering as if the whole egg was made out of gold. Jianshi asked, "What is this golden egg?" Ruyan quipped, "Such a big egg, how about we cook it? It's more than enough for us to have a full meal." Having said that, she reached forward and knocked on the egg. A very crisp boom resounded. The light on the shell rippled and emanated everywhere like waves. It seemed to be issuing a faint noise, as if she has woken up the creature inside. "Is this a phoenix egg?" Qianbei's jaw almost dropped after seeing this strange scene. He mustered up some courage to touch the egg. It felt quite warm. Li Qie cheerfully said, "Wishful thinking. If this was a phoenix egg, I would have taken it already instead of letting someone else do so." Jianshi curiously asked, "What kind of egg is it then?" Even the unaware would realize that this golden egg was incredible. The Taoist commented with a grin, "It should be an egg of an immortal bird. Even if it isn't a phoenix, it should have the bloodline of a divine beast." Chapter 1357, Li Qie smiled and said, "That's true. It really does have the blood of a divine beast, a mighty bloodline. If your 4 branches are willing to invest, maybe you can groom it into a divine beast like a phoenix or true dragon one day." Phoenix and true dragon. Both Jianshi and Ruyan were shaken upon hearing this. Even though there had been races that claimed to have these bloodlines, even as descendants of the divine beasts, it was only to elevate their own worth. Those with the bloodlines of true dragons and phoenixes would have a very thin amount to the point of it being negligible. Descendants of such bloodlines would only be able to exert 1/100th or even 1/10,000th of a phoenix's power. The Taoist anxiously asked, "Can you really breed a true dragon or phoenix?" Li Qie laughed after seeing his expression, "Do you want to try?" The Taoist coughed and asked, Well, who wouldn't want to have a true dragon or phoenix? Even an immortal emperor would have this desire." "Brotherly, can I really breed this golden egg into one?" Li Qie smiled, "In theory, yes. This is an evolution of the bloodline. This egg already has a divine bloodline, so it does have a chance in this respect. After undergoing metamorphosis, it has a certain chance of atavism." Even a big shot like the Taoist still became excited and blurted, "Really?" Li Qie laughed in response, "No, this is only theoretical. In fact, it isn't really possible. The so-called pheasant jumping into a branch to turn into a phoenix is only an argument used to elevate one's worth. It's impossible for something like that to happen." "Oh, I see." The Taoist smiled wryly. Li Qie continued, "You don't have to feel down. With efforts from your branches, you will still be able to train an incredible existence. It's not like this egg's bloodline is bad. The only reason is why it can't evolve into a true divine beast is that in this world, the conditions for it to reach atavism can't be met." "You mean this egg itself has a chance to become divine?" Jianshi understood the implications. Li Qie replied, "Any creature has a chance for atavism, the number is just very small. In theory, the more effort you spend trying to cultivate it, the higher the chance for atavism. Of course, this kind of atavism is only suitable for other creatures such as charming spirits or treants. It isn't possible for true dragons and phoenixes, at least not within the 9 worlds." The Taoist asked, "Then what kind of conditions and environments are required to make this egg divine?" Li Qie laughed in response, "Looks like you still haven't given up. Okay, so let's say that such a world exists. It would be very simple. Every single existence and citizen of the 4 branches will have to use their blood energy to gestate it on top of utilizing all possible treasures. In other words, every ounce of your resources. However, this isn't worth it. Then what if a world allows for this? Do you think it's worth the effort of an entire race and all of their resources to create a true dragon or phoenix? With your resources, it is possible and more efficient to train 3 immortal emperors instead of a single divine beast." Having said that, he stared implicatively at the Taoist. But, the Taoist paused for a moment and said, I heard a legend that says divine beasts are not just strong, they possess something unique as opposed to the other races, innate gifts so to speak. Even immortal emperors have a hard time acquiring them. Wuxia couldn't help but smile. That's the 4 branches for you, your sect indeed knows a lot. Is it really the case? The Taoist pressed on with his inquiries. Wuxia looked at the calm sea before answering, the divine beasts are indeed special and races worthy of envy. However, even if they do exist, they are too few in number and more precious than anything else. The rest of the group held their breaths and listened carefully. Wuxia went on, these are creatures that only exist in tales. I'm afraid no one has seen a real divine beast. Many records state that not only are they powerful, they're also priceless. Even a single feather of theirs is precious. However, for the truly mighty crowd like immortal emperors, this isn't the cause for the beast's temptation. What's the most tempting characteristic about them then? Qianbei couldn't help but ask since Wuxia stopped for a moment. Wuxia looked at him and revealed, they're innate gifts. They're not things races like us can have in this world. What are these gifts? Ruyan was also fascinated by this topic. Wuxia gently shook his head in response, there are too many to say because each of these divine beasts has their own unique gift. In fact, because too few have seen real divine beasts, we don't really know much about these special gifts. Of course, some are also extremely well known. He went on, for example, we were talking about the phoenix earlier. What is the innate gift of a phoenix? Rebirth through fire. Everyone was shaken after hearing these words. Rebirth was a pipe dream many people yearned for. Even emperors researched it thoroughly. Wuxia elaborated, of course, not just any phoenix can achieve this. Only when they attain a certain amount of strength would they be able to use their gift of rebirth. While the group was silent, Wuxia smiled and said, why do emperors covet it so much? Rumor has it that when a phoenix is at the peak of its power, it could be reborn forever. Continuously? The Taoist was startled. Wuxia exclaimed with a grin, to put it another way, eternal reincarnation and permanent immortality. The group was astounded once more after hearing this. Rebirth alone was already enough to make everyone wish for it. An endless number of rebirths was most likely unobtainable even for emperors. It was too tempting. Does the world really have a reincarnation cycle? Jianshi thought about something else. This matter felt too surreal. Repeated reincarnation for immortality was quite frightening. I don't know. Wuxia smiled and shook his head, this is only a legend. It is already hard to see a real phoenix, let alone one at its apex. Such a phoenix will definitely only be found in legends. The group fell into silence after hearing this. As for Qianbei, he didn't even dare to think about it. He could only consider it as part of a myth since it was too unreachable for him. After a while, Ruyan asked, what about the gift of a true dragon? Wuxia laughed and looked at her with a mysterious grin, if you see an actual true dragon one day, I'll tell you its innate gift. Jerk. She pouted with dissatisfaction but didn't pry further. Wuxia stopped talking and looked at the sea while letting his bone ship drift through this area. His ship drifted wherever the seawater flowed. This atmosphere was one of rumination, everyone had their own thoughts. After a long time, they found that Wuxia seemed to not want to leave. This journey of drifting left them quite puzzled since they didn't know his intentions. Chapter 1358. In the midst of this tranquil drifting, Wuxia continued to stare at the sea in silence. It was as if something was attracting his attention. After a while, Jianshi gently asked, young noble, are you looking for something? There were countless skeletons and legacy artifacts in this region, but Wuxia didn't bother giving them a single glance. It was as if these treasures were merely scrap metal in his eyes. Only the calm sea warranted his attention. Wuxia looked back at her and replied, "Yes. To be exact, I'm waiting for something." Ruiyan's eyes lit up as she curiously asked, "For what? A treasure? Is there one at the bottom of the sea?" "I'm not here for treasures." Wuxia shook his head, "I'm here to chase after a legend, to dispel an unsolvable question." "What kind of legend?" The Taoist found this topic interesting. His sect had many records of the Bone Sea, but he had not heard of this legend before. "It's a legend about eternal life." Wuxia answered with a mysterious smile. "Legend of eternal life?" The group was stirred after hearing this. The Taoist spoke with a changed expression, "So the rumors about the Bone Sea having an item that grants immortality is true?" "Really?" Jianshi was also surprised. It was no wonder the world all found themselves wanting it. Even someone like Meng Zhentian couldn't sit still and had to personally visit the Bone Sea. "It's false." Wuxia laughed. "If this place actually had an item like that, it wouldn't be this generation's turn, and especially not someone like Meng Zhentian. Throughout history, many emperors have been here before, and some made it to the deepest location of the Bone Sea. Do you think people in this generation will still have a turn in this?" After hearing this, the group felt that it made sense. Who could be stronger than immortal emperors? In fact, even sea gods and tree fathers had been here before. These characters would have taken away the item of immortality if it actually existed. "So it's a lie, you almost scared me to death." Ruiyan playfully protested. "What kind of legend is it? Hurry and tell us." Wuxia stared at the sea and eventually said, "A legend about a shadow." "A shadow?" Jianshi wasn't clear. What kind of legend could there be about a shadow? Wuxia replied, "Because it has existed forever, it became a legend." In a distant era, some passages regarding this legend were written, but they are very few in number, so not many are aware of it. It goes like this: ever since the Bone Sea was known to be, there has been a shadow in the waters here. It is just like a ghost, appearing and disappearing for millions of years. Generations passed, but this shadow continues to be. It is an eternal existence in the Bone Sea. He continued gazing at the calm waters while speaking. Ever since the formation of the Bone Sea? The Taoist shuddered. According to his sect's records, the Bone Sea was beyond traceability. Some even said that it was impossible to try and figure out its beginning. Keep in mind that Gu Chun's 4 branches were among the top 2 oldest lineages in Heaven Spirit. Immortal Emperor Gu Chun was the first emperor and lived during the Desolate Era. However, even his sect didn't have any clues on the origin of the Bone Sea. From this, one could see just how ancient it was. A shadow in the waters existing at the start of the Bone Sea, such a timeless existence was very interesting. Jianshi asked, "What is this shadow?" Wuxia smiled as his eyes turned quite profound. "This is where it gets interesting. Some believe that it is an existence, others say that it is just a projection of the Bone Sea. Another speculation states that it is an unrelenting ghost. In short, no one has seen what it is, or at least what its true form is." "Can someone actually see a shadow in this type of water?" Ruiyan looked at the sea and grew curious. It was very cloudy, and some of the regions even had water as black as ink. How could anyone see a shadow within these waves? Wuxia didn't answer. He continued on with his task as the ship freely drifted about. The rest of the group joined in while holding their breaths in eager anticipation for this legendary shadow to appear. Time passed, but there were no signs of it. Nevertheless, they were great characters, so they could remain patient in this endeavor. After a long while, Wuxia stopped looking and gently sighed. "Some things are only meant for the fated ones, you can't force it when the time isn't ripe." Having said that, he returned inside to look at Fairy. He heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that she was doing well. Wuxia held the rudder and smiled at the group. Okay, let's leave this place. It's time for us to hunt some treasures. A treasure hunt? Aren't there a lot of legacy treasures before us right now? Ruyan chuckled. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Everything must be in moderation. We can't take too many treasures and fortunes from here. There are many places to visit at the Bone Sea, so there's no need to waste too much time here. If we're lucky, maybe we can find the missing item from your schools. He laughed loudly after mentioning this. Really? Jianshur's eyes lit up, accentuating her mature allurement even more. Wuxia replied, I said maybe. However, the chance is quite high in this generation. Your luck can be said to be very good from having met me. The Bone Sea is different this time too, so some items that should appear will appear. His eyes flashed at this point. Despite his answer, the two girls were still quite elated. If they could get back their lost windchase break, it would be a marvelous deed for their schools. The ship acted like a flood dragon under Wuxia's control as it quickly left this region while braving the winds and billows. They left this calm sea that seemed to be acting as a haven. Right afterward, they entered another dangerous zone. The group made preparations to kill the powerful skeletons at a moment's notice. However, contrary to their expectations, this dangerous zone was strangely calm. There were no flying skeletons or anything that came to attack them. What's going on? Ruyan took a look around and discovered the calmness of the sea. Outside of the large skeletons on the surface, nothing else could be found. The whole place gave an empty and silent feel. When they got here earlier, this place was very lively with flying and swimming skeletons everywhere. They killed the Fiend Mother and the Divine Monkey residing here. At this moment, the moving skeletons were gone, they seemingly evacuated overnight. Wuxia casually asked from the helm, what's the matter? The skeletons are all gone. Ruyan said, when we came here, they were everywhere, but not one can be seen right now. Wuxia batted his eyes. His figure shifted and immediately appeared on the deck. His gaze was particularly sharp as it swept through the area like lightning. Wuxia slowly said, it's time. The group was surprised. Jianshur asked, time for what? Wuxia elaborated, the shadow of the Bone Sea is coming. Only with its emergence will the skeletons go away. That's the reason why we didn't face any of them at the place with the legacy treasures and why this place is so quiet right now. The Taoist asked, was that treasure land the lair of the shadow? Wuxia shook his head, no, but it will first appear in that location if it decides to show up at all. That's why it is a safe zone without any evil spirits. Look, what is that shadow? Ruyan suddenly shouted and pointed to the left. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed to. There was indeed a shadow slowly moving in the sea at a snail's pace. Remember that the seawater was very muddy. Logically speaking, such a shadow shouldn't be visible at all, but for some strange reason, this shadow could be clearly seen in these muddy waters. Chapter 1359, It finally came. Wuxia excitedly stared at the shadow with his bright eyes. The girls have never seen this kind of expression from him. Even when countless treasures presented themselves, he didn't bother batting an eye as if indicating that they were nothing. However, this shadow warranted so much attention from him that it seemed as if it was a supreme immortal treasure. The girls were curious, just what was this shadow and its uses? Wuxia commanded, everyone, wait here. He took out a treasure and threw it into the sea. The item he threw into the sea was a medium-sized shuttle. It was translucent, making it seem to be made from crystal. He then jumped inside and with a swish, it swiftly dove into the sea and disappeared from sight. The rest of the group was dumbfounded. They were aware that anything that fell into the sea would be done for. Nothing could float in the bone sea outside of bones. Both the living and treasures would start to sink without fail. But now, Wuxia threw out a shuttle-like boat that could actually travel in the bone sea. This was quite unfathomable. Such a treasure would be coveted by everyone since it would allow for free travel in this region. They naturally didn't know that Wuxia borrowed it from the Bone's Lord. This was the place where the boat would shine. Because of this, the island lord considered this boat to be as valuable as his own life. No other treasure could compare to it. At this point, the shadow that was slowly drifting in the sea suddenly ran for dear life towards the horizon. The group immediately knew that Wuxia was chasing after it. Qianbei watched and murmured, "Just what the hell is that thing?" Wuxia, who didn't care for all the treasures here, was now running for this shadow. The truth was that none of them knew anything about the shadow. This was their first time hearing about its legend as well. Ruyan was very inquisitive about this matter. She asked the Taoist, "Hey, Pure Sun Island Lord, your 4 branches are considered the oldest lineage in Heaven Spirit. Does it not have any records about this thing?" The Taoist shook his head. "I wouldn't need to lie to you if I knew about it. We really don't have anything written down about this shadow." Jianshi asked, "I heard Immortal Emperor Gu Chun had been there." Immortal Emperor Yanshi was even more amazing. There are tales about how she nearly turned the Bone Sea upside down. One even wrote that she made it all the way to the depths of the Bone Sea. Even the two of them don't know anything about this shadow? Their curiosity was warranted, especially after seeing Wuxia's unexpected action. The shadow must be unparalleled. I don't know whether our patriarch was aware of the shadow or not, but we simply don't have any records about it. If we were to talk about shadows and darkness, then I actually do know one particular matter that is written down at our sect. It states that for generations, a dark curtain has always been covering the 9 worlds. The mythical dark curtain. Both the sisters' eyes widened. Ruyan said, "Are you referring to the dark hand behind the curtains?" The Taoist said, "Yes, the dark hand, but this has nothing to do with the shadow here." Jianshi replied, "Yes, these are independent matters. The dark hand is something else entirely. We also have records about the dark hand, but it's not very clear. There are only a few sentences here and there without any details. This dark hand is an existence that has been around since the start as well." The Taoist commented with a tinge of emotion before stopping. Qianbei curiously asked, "Dark hand? What is this dark hand?" He naturally knew nothing about it. The others didn't want to talk about this topic and kept their mouths shut. Even though they didn't know much about the dark hand behind the curtains, they were still aware that it was a taboo subject. Even those who knew the truth were unwilling to discuss this topic. Qianbei understood right away that he had asked the wrong question and laughed awkwardly. In the end, the Taoist shook his head and said, "It's a taboo subject, we can't dwell on it." In the sea, the shadow was escaping with great speed as if it didn't want to make any contact with Wuxia. When Wuxia got near, it would start to retreat again. Of course, Wuxia had no intention of letting it go. He rode the shuttle and gave chase. No one could see the figure of the shadow due to its incomparable agility. There was only a fuzzy blur while the actual thing inside was hidden. Wuxia was fixated on the shadow and murmured, "Keep running, I want to see where you will take me." No matter how fast it was, it couldn't escape Wuxia's shuttle. Remember that this shuttle was a supreme treasure. Nothing could outrun it in the Bone Sea. After failing to evade the shuttle, the shadow suddenly leaped up out of the surface. The shuttle didn't give up and jumped out as well. However, after getting out, no more muddy waters or bones were in sight. This seemed to be space with stars and bright lights. It was spectacular with colorful spots in the distance just like a nebula. Who knows where this place was? It seemed to be another world altogether. The shuttle continued chasing the shadow without giving up an inch. After noticing that it couldn't escape the shadow suddenly dove and rushed into the deepest part of space with the shuttle right behind it. They quickly entered another world once more. This place was extremely dry and barren, like a desert as far as the eye could see. There were many pits in the sand spewing fire out into the sky. One could hear explosions with magma gushing out everywhere as well. This magma was red with a metallic hue. Who knows what it was? Wuxia didn't care for the location and continued on chasing the shadow. It doesn't matter where you flee, you won't be able to escape like last time. The shadow suddenly leaped into a different world once more. The process repeated. It was a watery world, but it wasn't the Bone Sea. This was a sea of blood in a vast and boundless expanse of red. Anyone would be frightened before this scene that could be hell itself. The more horrifying part was that this sea of blood was not calm. There were storms everywhere with waves of blood that towered for endless height, filling the sky. Such terrifying storms seemed to be destroying the world. Amidst the continuous explosions were pillars of blood gushing to the sky like springs. It seemed that nothing could survive among these blasts spraying everywhere. This place was very dangerous, yet the shadow came and went freely. Its speed was completely unaffected. However, the Island Lord's shuttle also had a great origin, so it could cross this sea of blood unhindered. Under Wuxia's control, the shadow couldn't lose him at all. This shadow was both angry and surprised at this development. If it was any other existence, it would have turned around to tear them into little pieces. However, it had lost to Wuxia in the past. It didn't matter what form Wuxia was in, an evil apparition or a living being, it could sense his unique aura regardless. So now, it could only desperately flee in order to not be tricked by him again. Even though it escaped safely last time, it became afraid for many years afterward. The two continued their cat and mouse game through many worlds. Wuxia laughed at the shadow running for its life and sent a telepathic message, "Really, you don't have to run. We can sit down and have a nice talk, maybe even work together." However, the shadow ignored him and sped up to escape. Chapter 1360. While Wuxia's group went to the Legacy Treasure Zone, the other regions of the Bone Sea were very lively with ships and people everywhere. Virtually every famous cultivator in Heaven's Spirit has arrived. From the start, many influential characters came for the item of immortality in the legends. However, the cultivators from the rest of the factions came to join in the fun as well. Many people knew that the greater the force, the safer it would be. Of course, safety was a relative term inside this region. No true haven existed here. In fact, this was the case for all 12 burial grounds. Due to this factor, unfortunate news came each day as many cultivators met their demise, with no lack of big shots among the list. 9 elders, 24 protectors, and 3,000 disciples from the South Sea aquatic tribe met a group of evil spirits. All of them became food, not even a bone was left behind. This was one of the misfortunes. The true flower god monarch from the Jade Sea was attacked by a crocodragon, then fell into the sea by accident and drowned. Cultivators glanced around upon hearing this. A god monarch drowning to death? This might be the saddest death of a god monarch in the past million years. A charming spirit from the Abyss Sea, the soaring reflection god king, wanted to break into the forbidden zone of the Bone Sea. The moment he stepped inside, he suddenly turned into ashes. An even more shocking piece of news about the deeper region spread. Many shuddered after hearing this and had to take deep breaths. A god king rendered to ashes instantly? Just how horrifying was this? The deepest part of the Bone Sea was also its core. It was known as the Forbidden Zone. This location was quite mysterious and dangerous. There was a 90% chance of dying after intruding this area, even for a god king. Nevertheless, many god kings still tried to enter for research purposes due to the rumors about the item of immortality. Another one stated that the sea demon's trident might also be there. Because of these reasons, many supreme sea demons fell in this place to verify the claim of the trident's location. Of course, there was also good news among the bad. Some claimed that there were treasures everywhere. Even though this was a bit exaggerated, it wasn't too far off from the truth. As long as one was lucky enough, they could obtain precious items. There was a plethora of different treasures. Some beasts would leave behind their cores after dying, and the same goes for powerful cultivators with their treasures. Maybe there were even mantras and merit laws carved on the bones of a failed expedition. Just a few days ago, one cultivator found a particular merit law. This news quickly spread across the Bone Sea. A nobody from the Dragon Demon Sea found a law on the leg of a mammoth. This supreme law was left behind by the Holy Will Supreme from 90,000 years ago. The juniors or people from the smaller sects were quite envious. For these weaker cultivators, obtaining a chapter of a merit law was the same as leaping over the dragon gate to enter the rank of masters. This nobody was smart. After obtaining this great merit law, he immediately left the Bone Sea to find a place and hide. Have you heard yet? Elder Hua from the Wooden Fish tribe picked up a piece of bone. I heard he spent several days rummaging through these mountains before finding it. After being checked by a sage, it was determined to be a piece from the sternum of a heavenly flood dragon with its majestic divinity intact. It's very precious and can be refined into a foreign Tao treasure. The eldest disciple from the 100-fish courtyard also picked up a bronze lock. I heard it is a legacy treasure left behind by a true god, very unfathomable with a great effect within. The good news that came up each day excited the cultivators here even more. Everyone wanted to have success overnight by finding one or two pieces of incredible treasures. Everyone knew just how dangerous the place was with evil spirits looming everywhere, but this didn't deter their enthusiasm for these treasures. They scavenged around through the bones in their search. Both the famous big shots and renowned prodigies were present. The swift Tao God, the profound God Monarch, Taoist Lin from the Immaculate Expanse, the extreme Yang Monarch, these illustrious youths were all present. Of course, among the big shots, the most famous and powerful had to be Meng Zhentian. His might was not just in name since it has been proven before. The moment he arrived, a powerful evil spirit attacked him. This creature was more than 10,000 meters tall. It stood on the sea like a great mountain. Its skeletal form was quite frightening. Only one thick and large leg was supporting its huge form like a pillar. The skeleton emitted a powerful divinity like a living divine beast. A Kuei. Even older paragons retreated in the face of this monstrous skeleton. After the skeletons in the Bone Sea turned into evil spirits, they all emitted emotionless and cold auras. However, this particular skeleton still exuded divinity, showing that the aura of death here had yet to refine it completely. It's a divine impertinent bull and not a real Kuei. But when it was alive, it did have the bloodline of a Kuei flowing through it. A charming spirit paragon noticed the bony claw sticking out of its chest and recognized its real identity. Although this evil spirit was not a Kuei, it was still quite mighty. With a loud roar, the world quaked with tidal waves capable of destroying everything terrorized the sky. Ah! Screams resounded. In the surging storm, many bone ships were flipped over with cultivators still aboard, causing them to drown. Many nearby cultivators jumped onto other bone mountains or grabbed onto large skeletons on the sea in order to avoid dying from their ships capsizing. While the bull skeleton was causing waves, Meng Zhentian declared from his carriage, "Monster, do not be presumptuous." His declaration alarmed the high heavens. The stars in the sky rustled as the universe turned disorderly. An everlasting aura emanated from the carriage with an endless light illuminating the entire region. It looked as if 10 suns were rising from within. All kinds of phenomena emerged around it. There were immortal pictures and astral creations floating up and down. The yin and yang as well as karma itself were rotating inside. This carriage became the center of the world and dominated the entire realm. Bang! Under Meng Zhentian's supreme suppression, the one-legged bull prostrated in the sea. It roared and struggled to stand up in vain since it remained suppressed by his power. It wasn't until his boat made from crocodile bone went away before his supreme aura dispersed. This frightened skeletal bull drilled into the ocean and disappeared immediately after. Many people were aghast after seeing such a domineering scene. They couldn't calm down for a long time. From start to finish, Meng Zhentian didn't even show his face or take action. Just his supreme aura alone was enough to force that powerful spirit into prostrating motionlessly. Just how formidable was he? The crowd shuddered at his incredible show of power. Many young geniuses felt despair. As long as Meng Zhentian was alive in this world, their day would never come. Who else can be a mortal emperor but him? Both the old and young shared this thought after seeing this scene. The younger generation had a decent showing at the Bone Sea, especially the extreme young monarch. There were reports of him obtaining an incomparable refined sun fire. However, with Meng Zhentian around, they were eclipsed completely. No one really paid attention to them. Rumor has it that even the Sea Shield Prince was here, but no one had seen him, so it was merely speculation. This character had always been mysterious. Moreover, he cultivated the void physique, so he often traveled in an untraceable manner. No one really knew his whereabouts. Shamsasaurus seemed to be the designated translation for this, but I'm keeping dinosaurs away. The reason for this is because most dinosaurs in Chinese are adjective plus dragon. For example, a T-Rex is a tyrannical dragon. This crocodragon is crocodile plus dragon. I don't think the author is ever referring to a dinosaur when he names these dragon hybrids. Chapter 1361. While Li Qie chased after the shadow, the Daoists group could only wait on the bone ship. Even though time continued to tease them, the experienced group could remain calm and patiently waited for Li Qie's return. However, there was no sign of him after a while. Qianbei felt quite anxious. He looked around and worriedly said, "Could something have happened to young noble Li? It has been such a long time, I wonder if he has met some trouble." Jianshi calmly responded, "Don't worry, he is more careful than anyone else. He wouldn't take action without being certain, so he can definitely escape unscathed under any circumstance." Both the girls were full of confidence in Li Qie. Even though it has been quite a long time since his departure, they still believed that he would be back just fine. The Daoist also nodded, "Brother Li is completely unfathomable. In my eyes, he might not be treating the Bone Sea too seriously. This location can't hinder him either." Qianbei heaved a sigh of relief after hearing these big characters' words. The group continued to wait without any new developments. After a while, the ship began to tremble. Loud explosions came about as if it was the end of the world. "What's going on?" The group was shocked. At first, they thought an evil spirit was attacking the ship. However, they quickly found that this trembling wasn't caused by the region but the ship itself. Qianbei noticed rays of light rushing out of the ship and shouted in astonishment, "It's fairy." The rest quickly rushed inside and found the source of the commotion. The initially calm fairy was now emitting an immortal brilliance like a sun that was about to erupt. Her light seemed to be forming its own world. The most frightening part was that the power within was completely matchless. It seemed that this was an everlasting power that had been slumbering for countless years. However, it was waking up at this very moment. What was even scarier was her unstable status. Her expression kept on changing from happy to sad. Her unstable mood made this boundless immortal light unstable as well. This matchless power was about to explode at any moment. Even though it was still contained within her body, the escaping plumes of light were already frightening enough. These were mere insignificant strands of power. If the entire force of her world were to escape, it would be completely invincible and world-destroying. Not even an immortal emperor could top this. Crack. The bone ship couldn't withstand this escaping power. Cracks appeared throughout the ship at an alarming rate. If this were to continue, the ship will disintegrate completely. Crack. Splash. The sound of the ship crumbling was followed by the splash of water. Parts of the ship had fragmented and fell into the sea. The group was aghast while Lu Ruyan shouted in fear, "Stop her or this ship is done for." The Taoist shouted back, "How? Who can stop her?" His diamond physique couldn't even withstand a single strike from her. The physique that was supposedly indestructible seemed as soft as tofu, so who could try to stop this invincible woman? This was an existence on the level of emperors, so attempting to stop her was equivalent to courting death. Ruyan said, "Senior sister, try comforting her. We'll move to the deck to evacuate." Jianshi was the most gentle among them, so she was the most suitable to calming Fairy. The group left while Jianshi took a deep breath. She approached Fairy and softly said, "Little sister, take a deep breath and stabilize your emotions." Bang. She was only a couple feet away from Fairy, but the powerful force slammed into her. She was shocked and unleashed her blood energy in order to block the force, but it was futile. She was blown away and spun several times in the air before landing on the deck. Nevertheless, her churning blood energy made her spit out blood. "Sister, are you all right?" Ruyan quickly came and helped her up. Jianshi was pale, but she managed to nod. She was only blown away and didn't suffer any internal injuries. Qianbei was frightened. He had seen Jianshi's power before, but she didn't even have an opportunity to get close to Fairy right now. Crack. More cracks and crumbling noises appeared. A part of the hull has now fallen. "I'll give it a shot." The Taoist took note of this and made up his mind. He took a deep breath as his body lit up with a golden light. At this moment, he has channeled his diamond physique to its limit. He walked closer to Fairy while talking at the same time, "Miss, we bear no ill will and only want to help you. Please steady your thoughts." He didn't even get close before the same force assaulted him. He composed himself as his golden light gushed out and defended him while he closed the gap. Buzz. However, the most terrorizing force in this world came crashing down on him. His body began to deform as if there was a great boulder on top of him, but he didn't give up and gritted his teeth to continue forward. Alas, this force from Fairy was too powerful. It continued to destroy his diamond physique. Even though this physique was capable of swift recovery, it was of no use under this pressure. Click. As he moved forward, the physique couldn't bear the force any longer. A long crack appeared on his body. He continued to advance, but more cracks appeared with blood seeping out of them. The diamond physique was now unable to heal his wounds at all. Bang! Ultimately, he failed to reach Fairy. His body was blown away in a worse fashion than Jianshi. He flew out of the ship like a shooting star. Fortunately, Ruyan reacted fast enough and summoned a rope to drag him back to the bone ship. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the sea. Bang! At this time, the deck cracked while the ship was nearly split into two. What now? Qianbei was blanched with fear. Drowning will be their fate if this ship were to sink. We have to abandon ship, but there isn't another one we can transfer to right now. Ruyan's expression changed as she made this decision. Jianshi looked at Fairy who was still sitting motionlessly inside and worriedly asked, "What about Fairy?" They had no solution due to her immortal brilliance. They didn't dare to approach, so they wanted to escape. However, there was no way of bringing her with them. If she were to die with the sinking ship, they wouldn't be able to face Wuxia. They glanced at each other in this difficult moment of powerlessness. Splash! Suddenly, a shuttle rushed out of the sea and jumped onto the deck. "Young noble, you're finally back!" Ruyan quickly shouted while the rest was ecstatic. Wuxia was surprised to see Fairy's current state as well. He ordered, "Everyone, get ready to abandon ship." Having said that, he took a deep breath and approached Fairy. However, the same thing happened to him. The moment he approached, a bone-crushing sound came about. Blood immediately stained his robe as her invincible power began to grind him down. Chapter 1362, While facing with Fairy's power, Wuxia shouted, "Activate!" His body turned bright with a sparkling radiance as the crystal physique activated. With its power, he quickly went to the rudder to control the bone ship. Several small boats were brought out. He shouted at the rest of the group, "Go!" They didn't dare to linger around any longer and jumped off the ship to maintain a safe distance. If they were still around once Fairy actually erupts, there would be no chance of surviving even if they were stronger. The ship also lit up under Wuxia's control. Dwindling runes emerged and began to repair the fragmented locations since they were facing the brunt of Fairy's power. At this moment, he summoned his heaven-sealing pentagate. With a loud blast, he used his Pentadeo timeless seal on this entire region. He sealed this bone ship not to protect himself, but to separate her from the bone sea. His initial goal was to use it to restore her memories, but its effect on her was too great, so he had no choice but to isolate her from the bone sea. Buzz! His blood energy rushed out while the three vessels of life emerged above him. A new vitality encompassed Fairy. At this time, he released his 13 palaces and chanted a mantra in order to utilize the Grand Tao to affect her emotions. She was in a state of spiritual emptiness. Ordinary words spoken 10,000 times still wouldn't reach her, so he had to use the Grand Tao for communication. At the same time, he opened his own sea of memories. Countless memories emerged, both sad and happy. The past he didn't want to remember returned. He had to do this in order to connect with Fairy, to let her see his ups and downs, his joy and sorrow, the vicissitudes of life. The connection of feelings was the most persuasive method of communication. While Wuxia was unleashing his entire arsenal, the group was watching the sealed ship from afar. The Pentadeo timeless seal appeared with its 5 ancient creatures that turned into 5 eternal totems: the sun-consuming bird, the moon-eating wolf, the star-devouring ant, the heaven-shrouding eagle, and the earth-sealing rat. This made the bone ship as sturdy as an impregnable fortress. After seeing this move, the Taoist emotionally commented, "This suppression is completely untouchable and definitely comparable to a heavenly annihilation. How many people could actually penetrate this defense?" Qianbei's astonished expression made a return. Comparable to a heavenly annihilation? What an unbreakable technique. The two girls were actually worried about Wuxia. They weren't afraid of Wuxia lacking strength, it was just that Fairy was too terrifying. They couldn't see what was happening on the ship, so they could only wait things out. There was no movement on the ship, which only added to everyone's anxiety. Qianbei lost his patience and murmured, "Will he be okay?" Even the Taoist was worried, hard to say. If he can calm Fairy down, then everything will be easy. However, the story changes if he can't. She is someone at the level of emperors, even the strongest would feel like an ant in the face of this power and be subject to its wrath. Do you think she is an empress? Qianbei found it unbelievable. The group fell silent on this question. In fact, they still didn't know her origin or what she had experienced. Wuxia was the only one privy to this information. "I don't know." The Taoist gently shook his head. "Even if she isn't one, I'm afraid there is a power of that magnitude slumbering in her body. This is not a seal, it is simply sleeping. Perhaps it was due to her own choice, or there might be other reasons, but regardless of the reason, she definitely has the power of an immortal emperor. Even if someone in this generation were to accept the heaven's will and ascend to the throne, she will still be able to contend against them. The Taoist sighed after saying this. He knew better than anyone else after being struck by her twice. Her invincible power had left its mark on him. Qianbei was definitely surprised at such a high evaluation from the Taoist. If this was the case, Fairy was without a doubt a terrifying existence. Eventually, a loud buzz came about and the seal around the bone ship broke, revealing the ship before everyone. Compared to earlier, the damage to the ship was even graver. It was now at an unrepairable level. With the seal gone, the group relaxed and quickly jumped onto the ship. The moment they went inside, they saw Li Qiye slumped over with blood everywhere on his body. There were countless cracks on his figure, making him look like a broken piece of ceramic. It seemed that even a gentle touch would make him fall apart. He was pale without any power left. The two girls hurriedly rushed over and asked with concern, "Young noble, how are you now?" Li Qiye feebly opened his eyes and smiled, "It's no big deal. At the very least, I won't die." They were relieved to see that he could still joke around. Ruyan looked over at Fairy, who was now lying in her coffin without the lid on, and asked, "Is she all right?" At this time, her body was no longer emitting any light. She was sleeping peacefully. Maybe she was having a good dream. She looked incredibly beautiful and magnificent. Who would have thought that such a beauty housed such an eternal power within her body? "I'm afraid she won't be able to wake up anytime soon." Li Qiye looked at her and sighed. People were concerned about Li Qiye and also curious about Fairy's origin. Her imperial-level power indicated her extraordinary status, but if Li Qiye was unwilling to talk, they wouldn't press the issue. Li Qiye shifted his eyes towards the group and said, "Let's go, it's time for us to get out of here." Jianshi looked at his bloodied body and said, "But, what about your injuries?" Li Qiye flatly said, "My wounds won't be cured right away, so we'll take care of them as we go. There's still another place I want to visit, so we can't linger here for too long." Having said that, he pointed at the rudder, lighting it up. The runic gears began to turn as the bone ship drifted out of this area. In the last 2 days, a message swept through the bone sea like a storm. Many cultivators had received it. A vast continent has emerged in the bone sea. This message blew up at an unbelievable rate. Some blurted in disbelief, "A continent." Everyone knew that there weren't many vast continents outside of Godhalt in all of Heaven Spirit, let alone the Bone Sea. No one had heard of a continent in the Bone Sea before, so no, when such a large landmass appeared out of nowhere, how could people not be astonished? Many quickly traveled towards its direction. Rumor has it that Meng Zhentian, the profound monarch, the extreme young monarch, and the other geniuses were heading there as well. The news of their departure made the other cultivators even more impatient. Their intuition told them that this continent was definitely amazing. A great continent has appeared in the Bone Sea. Li Qiye's group also heard this news after leaving the previous region. Finally, Li Qiye immediately stood up. His serious wounds had yet to heal, so when he suddenly stood up, his body slightly trembled. The two girls immediately came to support him before he fell over. "Come, we shall go there as well." Li Qiye's eyes turned serious as he issued an order while gazing at the sea. "What's over there?" Judging from his expression, they knew that this continent must be incredible. Li Qiye replied, "There are some amazing things over there. More importantly, what you need is also there." Chapter 1363, What Do We Need? Both the girls were shocked and had to glance at each other. If there was something that they needed, it had to be the windchase brake. That's right, it's the windchase brake. Li Qiye noticed their expressions and smiled. Jianshi was pleasantly surprised and had to confirm, "Really?" He smiled in response. Others might lie for a lifetime, but my words will always be true. After getting such a definite answer, the two girls became quite excited. In their eyes, getting back their lost windchase break was a foregone conclusion. Wuxia had promised to help them if the opportunity came. They knew that he would stay true to his word and that he had the power to do so. At this time, with the help of Ruyan and Jianshi, Wuxia stood on the deck. He called for Qianbei, "You have broadened your horizons after coming here and also obtained the items you deserve. We shall face unknown dangers ahead, so you should take your leave now. I will give you a piece of land in the future." Qianbei understood that it was time to leave and gratefully said, "Thank you, young noble and schoolmasters, for guiding me." He knew his limits and that the group might have important business to do. His shallow cultivation would only hold them back if he were to stay on the ship. Wuxia didn't say more and released a boat to take him back. After Qianbei left, Wuxia stopped watching and said, "Let's go, a lot of fun is waiting for us." The moment these words left his mouth, the ship suddenly sped up like a flood dragon leaping out of the sea with lightning speed. It quickly ran towards the continent that emerged in the Bone Sea. They could see this vast landmass in the distance. It was completely dark with no end in sight. There were rolling hills with peaks that pierced the sky as well as enormous mountains as far as the eye could see. It gave off an ancient and boundless feel, as if all of these elevations weighed tons and tons. Even a small mound seemed immense in this land. Before one knew it, they would suddenly sense these mountains press down on their chests and suffocate them. In fact, even before arriving, the crowd could tell that there was something different about this land. This feeling was amplified once they set foot on it and wouldn't dissipate. This everlasting aura diffused endlessly across the sky. It was also powerful and let people envision a scene of the distant eras where ancient beasts roamed about. At this time, many had come close to this continent and abandoned their bone ships to land. Of course, there were still rivers that consisted of the ocean's currents. Because of this, a few ships actually made it deeper inside. The outrageous part was that some were slowly floating in the sky. The bone ship the group was on no longer needed Wuxia's control. It was actually drifting in the sky towards the continent in a magical manner as well. Why is this happening? Jianshi was surprised to see the floating ships. Wuxia looked down at the sceneries and said, "Because there is an incredible power here beyond comprehension." Though they didn't know the power of this continent, they definitely sensed something was different about its atmosphere. Ruyan curiously asked, "Young noble, why are you so certain that our windchase break is here?" Wuxia smiled and replied, "What kind of continent do you think this is?" This question prompted the girls to look at each other. They didn't know anything about the landmass ahead. Wuxia jokingly replied, "It seems like your ancestors didn't leave behind records." The Taoist who has been standing aside to look at the mountains and rivers mused, "This is probably not a landmass." He continued with uncertainty, "I think this is the body of a primordial beast." The body of a primordial beast? Both the sisters were shocked. Prior to this, they had seen some huge skeletons that spanned several thousand or even 10,000 miles. However, this continent ahead seemed to be 10 million miles wide. If this was the body of a beast, just how big was it when it was alive? This was simply unbelievable. This would mean that all the corpses they had seen so far were essentially nothing in comparison. "It looks like you do know something." Wuxia glanced at the Taoist and chuckled. The Taoist didn't get complacent and answered honestly, "I read it from an ancient scroll in my sect. It was written by our ancestors after being told by the progenitor that the Bone Sea once had a continent. However, it floats up and down and could possibly be made from the corpse of a beast." Immortal Emperor Gu Chun, Wuxia emotionally commented, "Your scroll is indeed correct. If I'm not mistaken, your progenitor was lucky enough to come here before becoming emperor. His speculation is correct." Ruyan asked in astonishment, "What kind of monster is this?" Why is it so huge? It was a bit scary for such a creature to exist. After so many years, its body has turned into a continent, so its size when it was still alive could have been even larger. Do you know how you lost your wind chase break or why it fell in this place? Wuxia didn't answer right away and amused himself by asking a question first. The two girls couldn't answer this question. They knew that the wind chase break was missing, but no one from the sect knew why. Wuxia smilingly revealed, "This is related to the origin of your wind chase break." Jianshi asked with doubt, "Wasn't it created by immortal Emperor Wu Go?" Wuxia nodded, "That's right, it was indeed created by the Emperor, but do you know how?" The two girls couldn't answer this question. Immortal Emperor Wu Go's descendants had no way of knowing how the Emperor created his invincible technique. Wuxia smiled and revealed, "Back then, your Emperor watched the totems of an ancient beast while pondering its visual phenomena. With that, he was able to comprehend and create the unique and peerless immortal physique strike, the wind chase break." The two girls immediately understood what he meant right away and exclaimed in shock, "Our Emperor has been here." "That's right, he was here before." Wuxia gently nodded. In fact, he wasn't the only one who had been here to ponder the Tao. Many emperors have done so for generations. They didn't come to the Bone Sea just for the treasures. So what is this beast then? Ruyan was still curious like the rest of the group. Even though the Taoist had read his records, it didn't state the beast that made up this continent. Wuxia slowly recited, "In the northern darkness is a fish, and its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so large that no one knows how many millions of li he measures. He changes and becomes a bird whose name is Peng. When it furiously flew, its wings flapped like the gates of the 9 worlds and was able to jump across the 19 continents, a Kuan Peng." The minds of everyone present trembled after hearing this poem. They were too familiar with the verses because this poem described a legendary divine beast, the Kuan Peng. They were inevitably shocked after finding out the original form of this continent. A Kuan Peng, a mythical creature. Some even said that it was the most powerful of all divine beasts. For millions and millions of years, who has actually seen a real Kuan Peng? Even though the verses described its size, no one could actually visualize its behemoth form. Right now, the corpse of a Kuan Peng was right below their feet and had turned into a vast continent. This made them truly appreciate its enormous size and understand the visual description of the poem. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.